Chapter 1050 Heavyweight Bomb. Thinking about this, Su Ken was not calm anymore. This move of Lin Dong's was to make the Su family cut off their inheritance off. Originally, when they knew that Lin Dong had repelled Pang Haotian and the others for the sake of the Su family's direct lineage, they were still very relieved and felt that they had believed in the right person, believing that he would keep his promise and preserve the Su family's inheritance from extinction. However, now Lin Dong's move of sending Su Shueling and the others back had completely exposed his true thoughts. Even though Su Ken was unwilling to think in this direction. However, this was the truth. Other than wanting to get rid of the Su family as a liability, Su Ken could not think of a reason for Lin Dong to do so. As for Su Shueling's claim that Lin Dong would come and join hands with the Su family to deal with the Pang family, this possibility was almost non-existent. Having lived for so many years, Su Ken understood human nature too well. People were selfish and could do anything for the sake of profit. There was no one who was willing to give everything they had in order to help others. He had seen too many fathers and sons, brothers fighting each other, and couples turning against each other. It was impossible for someone to put their own life on the line for a so-called friend they had just met a short while ago. Moreover, this person was also a supreme demon with a promising future. So when Su Shueling said it, Su Ken directly dismissed it in his mind. It wasn't that he didn't believe it. Rather, it was simply unrealistic. Su Jingyuan, have you lived all these years to the dogs? Shueling doesn't understand things, that's because she's still young, don't you understand it too? You all believe whatever Lin Dong says? Have you never thought that he is trying to get rid of the Su family? As long as the Su family is dead, who will ask for his help? He has nothing to worry about and has thrown my Su family into the abyss. Su Ken said with hatred. Old ancestor, it's not. It's not like that. Mr. Lin isn't the kind of person who is ungrateful, he's really gone on an errand, and when he's done with it, he'll soon come to save us. Su Shueling shook her head and retorted. She now had complete trust in Lin Dong. No one was allowed to say anything bad about Lin Dong, even if that person was an old ancestor. Humph. When Su Ken heard Su Shueling's words, he hummed heavily, clearly displeased. Only then did he continue, I see that you are mesmerized by Lin Dong. You don't even believe what I say, but you prefer to believe an outsider. How long have you known him? And you're protecting him like this. Old ancestor, listen to me, Mr. Lin is really not the kind of person you think he is, he will definitely keep his word. Su Shueling continued to explain. Keep his word? Do you know what kind of enemy we're facing? Do you still think that the current Pang family is the same as the previous Pang family? Pang Zhong is the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm and the Sacred Alliance League leader. The Pang family of today, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they are the #1 power in the Star Void realm. How is Lin Dong going to save them? With what? Take his own life to save? Su Ken could not help but growl. A man like Lin Dong. Young, good-looking and handsome, his talent strength was even stronger. It was not surprising that he could obtain Su Shueling's favor, and Su Ken was able to understand. If it was usual, he would definitely raise his hands in favor of it. Just what time is it now? The Su family was facing a desperate situation. Su Shueling, as an important direct descendant of the Su family, was still protecting Lin Dong. This was the reason why Su Ken was furious. The life and death of the family was still no match for a man that he had just met not long ago. Anyone would be afraid that they would be furious. Su Shueling was stunned. She froze for several seconds before whispering, Old ancestor, actually. She wanted to speak about Lin Dong's master ancestor, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Ken. All right. I don't want to hear you say this kind of nonsense again. You have already been mesmerized by Lin Dong and everything you say is naturally towards him. Su Jingyuan, come and say what is going on. Su Ken turned his cold gaze towards Su Jingyuan. The old ancestor spoke. Su Shueling could only cry silently in aggravation, not daring to continue speaking. She wanted to tell everything, but the old ancestor didn't give her a chance. Su Jingyuan was also somewhat trembling at this time. When Lin Dong made this suggestion, he had actually expected such an outcome. The direct lineage genius that the family had managed to send out and used to keep the Su family's legacy intact had been sent back again. If there weren't enough reasons, the higher echelons of the family would definitely place the two of them on a charge of treason and deal with them as traitors to the Family. Su Jingyuan hesitated. The reason he had agreed. It was also after determining that the two true Sate-ranked powerhouses of the Pang clan, as well as Pang Haotian, died at the hands of Master Lin Dong. From the moment the three of them, Pang Haotian, died, Lin Dong and his master teacher had been immortalized with the Pang family. From this, it was determined that Lin Dong would not victimize the Su family. Otherwise, it was impossible for his master teacher to kill the true saint level of the Pang family. It was ultimately Su Dingyuan who chose to believe Lin Dong. Old ancestor. You should still remember the heaven and earth same grief vision that occurred only a short while ago, right? Su Jingyuan asked. Of course I remember. But what does this have to do with your return? Su Kan asked with a sullen face. Old ancestor has no idea. Not only is there a relationship here, but the relationship is also very great. What is the relationship? Tell me. Does old ancestor know who the fallen saint realm is this time? No. This time, the news of the fall of the saint realm seems to have been blocked, and it hasn't been rumored until now, but according to our speculations, it should be Pang Zhong who did it, it's just not clear to whom it was done. Su Kan shook his head. Immediately afterward, he seemed to suddenly think of something. His eyes shot steeply towards Su Jingyuan and opened his mouth to ask, could it be that you know? Back to old ancestor, I don't just know, I've seen them before they died. Who? The Saint realm that fell this time was none other than the two true Saint-level powerhouses that the Pang clan sent over to join Pang Haotian in chasing down the talented sons and daughters of my Su clan's direct lineage. Su Jingyuan replied excitedly. He was definitely very happy about the death of the two true Saint level of the Pang family. He couldn't wait for the Pang family's Saint realm to die out. What? Is this true? Su Kan fiercely stood up and asked loudly with a sharp intake of breath. It was not only him. The other two Su clan true Saint level old ancestors were similarly shocked and stood up, their gazes looking straight at Su Jingyuan. Just now, they had been unperturbed. Now, however, they were shaken a little dizzy by Su Jingyuan's news. During the occurrence of the heaven and earth anomaly, the three had discussed it together. The conclusion that had been reached was that the fallen saint realm was most likely someone from the Sacred Alliance. The one who had made the move was naturally Pang Zhong, the newly appointed Sacred Alliance leader. In order to control the Sacred Alliance as quickly as possible, he had to do something to make an example out of him. The likelihood of this sort of thing was very high, and Pang Zhong had done it. Wait until he was in complete control of the Sacred Alliance. It would be time to free up his hands and deal with the Su family. However, from Su Jingyuan's mouth, he received a completely different answer. The fallen saint realm was actually the Pang family? Or two true saint-level powerhouses? This news was like a heavy bomb that exploded in the minds of the three Su Kan. Chapter 1051 Rushing to the Seven-Colored Continent. Old Ancestor. This matter is true. Seeing the three old ancestors' expressions like this, Su Jingyuan followed suit and said excitedly. Jingyuan, you said that the fallen sage realm were the two true saint levels of the Pang clan, what proof is there? And who was the one who killed them? Su Kan tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and asked. Back to old ancestor. We personally saw that after Mr. Lin killed the experts from the Pang clan who came after him, he seriously injured Pang Haotian and the two true Saint-level powerhouses from the Pang clan with a single sword, and after that, on their way to escape, they were robbed and killed by Mr. Lin's master, that mysterious Saint King-level powerhouses, which is why they caused the starry void realms heaven and earth to share in the same sorrowful phenomenon. Lin Dong's mysterious master teacher has appeared? And killed two true Saint levels of the Pang clan? Su Kan's pitch rose once again. Yes. Su Jingyuan replied. Have you guys seen it? No. But Mr. Lin said that he's going on an errand this time, that he's going with his master teacher, and that he'll be back when he's done with his errand to discuss how to deal with the Pang family with you, old ancestor. Since we haven't seen it, how can you guys be sure that it was Lin Dong's master teacher who struck out to kill the Pang family? Su Kan slowly calmed down. Old ancestor, think about it. Until now, no news has been spread from the Star Void realm. It must be that the Pang family is afraid of losing face and has blocked it, otherwise, would it not have been hidden for so long? If it was the Pang family that moved as you just guessed, they would have inevitably publicized it greatly. How could they hide it? Su Kan fell silent. He was thinking about what Su Jingyuan said. It seemed like it did make sense. If Pang Zhong had done something to kill a chicken to make an example of a monkey in order to take control of the Sacred Alliance, it would be impossible to block the news and hide it for so long. On the contrary, if it was a Pang family member who had died, it would only be normal for them to block the news. Lin Dong's master dared to rob and kill the Pang family's true saint level. His strength was definitely not inferior to Pang Zhong. The two sides were now in an undying situation. Then would their master and disciple really help the Su family and deal with the Pang family? Infinite hope suddenly surged in Su Can's eyes. The other two true saint levels were the same. The three of them had been able to achieve the true saint level and had lived for countless years, so they were naturally not fools. With a slight mention of a point, they could think of the key point. According to what Su Jingyuan said, there might really be hope for the Su family. Ha ha. Good, haha. Jingyuan, you guys did very well. If the Su family can escape this calamity, you will definitely be credited with the first credit. Su Can suddenly laughed out loud. Many thanks to the old ancestor. As a member of the Su family, these are all things I should do. Su Jingyuan also revealed a smile. It seemed that the old ancestor had already approved of what he had done. Making such a choice, he was likewise taking a risk. In case Lin Dong really did not come, the Su family would be completely out of luck. It was good that he had received the old ancestor's approval, which meant that he had made the right choice. Su Can laughed for a while before putting away his smile and shifted his gaze towards Su Xueling as he spoke. Xueling, I'm sorry, it was the old ancestor who was short-sighted and misunderstood you. I hope you don't mind. Old ancestor. You mustn't say that. Xueling can't afford it. I'm also a member of the Su family. To be able to make a small contribution to the Su family is Xueling's honor as well as Xueling's obligation. Su Xueling said with fear and trepidation. Although the words were said this way, however, there was still a trace of joy in her heart. Knowing the truth, even the old ancestor had to apologize to herself. This was a treatment that all of the Su family's first line had never had before. It was evident that she was definitely right in choosing to trust Mr. Lin. Didn't she see that the old ancestor was even convinced? You and Jing Yuan are both contributors to the Su family. The Su family will not forget you. Su Can nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, old ancestor. Su Xueling and Su Xueling said respectfully at the same time. Xueling, can you contact Lin Dong? Su Can then asked. Can. Su Xueling replied. Then see when you can contact Lin Dong and ask him when he can finish his business and come over? Su Can said with some embarrassment. The life and death of the Su family was at stake. There was no way for him not to pay attention to it. Old ancestor. Mr. Lin just delivered us and only left a short while ago. Isn't it a bit too early to ask now? Why don't we wait a little longer? Su Xueling thought for the sake of it. Well. Then let's wait a little longer. Xueling, you must keep in contact with Lin Dong at all times. I know, old ancestor. Time slowly passed. Lin Dong was rushing through the 8-dimensional space at a speed that no one could match. When he had arrived at the central divine continent from the 7-colored glazed sect, it had taken him a long time. And now, this time had been shortened by more than tens of times by him. It was unknown how much time had passed. Lin Dong came out from the spatial rift and looked at the distant continent that was floating in the void with a beautiful appearance. He could not help but feel some feelings in his heart. When he left from here, he was in quite a sorry state. He was almost killed by Shimon Fuguei. It was Gongsun Shimon who quietly sent him away. One also had to constantly worry about Shimon Fuguei's pursuit. It was good that at that time, Shimon Fuguei was at the stage of spiritedness. Simply did not put himself in the eyes of the small shrimp. This is what gave him the opportunity to grow. Now that he had returned, he had already achieved the half-step void god level. There was no one in the star void realm who was his one-step enemy anymore. Shimon Fuguei had also paid the price of his life for his former whim. After lamenting for a moment, Lin Dong muttered, Yunxi, Sister Xian, Shiyu. I have come to pick you up, Sister Hong. I have come to save you as well. From now on, no one in the starry void realm will be able to hurt you in the slightest. The body then gently moved and rushed straight towards the 7-colored continent. 7-colored glazed sect. Inside a small courtyard, Yun Shi and the other women were sitting neatly on the ground with their knees crossed in serious cultivation. Their status progressed quickly during this period of time as well. After all, as disciples of the seven-colored glazed sect sovereign Gongsun Jiming, there were still enough resources. There was also Huangfu Shiyu, a genius who was one of the seven holy maidens, teaching them. However, compared to Morong Qingda, who was in the Forbidden Land, following the four seven-colored glazed sect supreme elders in their cultivation, it was not even a fraction of a star. Not to mention comparing it to Lin Dong. With regards to this rate of strength increase of Lin Dong, even if one were to count all of the Star Void Realm's ancient era, it was feared that it would be unparalleled. At this moment, Huangfu Shiyu was sitting at the very front. Once any of them encountered something they did not understand, they would come up and ask. She would then patiently explain. It was as if she had become the second master of these women. It could be said that she taught Yun Shi and the others much more than Master Gongsun Jiming. Many of the sect members of the seven-colored glazed sect did not understand. As one of the seven holy maidens of this term, Huangfu Siya had excellent talent, so why didn't she emphasize on her own cultivation, but instead spent most of her time wasting her time on teaching her other senior sisters? Gongsun Jiming had also asked her more than once to spend more time on her own cultivation. As a seven holy maiden, one must behave like a seven holy maiden. However, Huangfu Shiyu promised on her lips. In reality, she was still doing her own thing. Plus her cultivation didn't fall behind. Over time, Gongsun Jiming also stopped asking questions. She knew that these women came from the same place. Sisterly love, forced separation will only be counterproductive. Moreover, Gongsun Jiming was not willing to offend Lin Dong. This was true even when there was no news of Lin Dong. Not to mention that now that she knows about Lin Dong's deeds, it was even more so that they listened to it. Even staying also allowed them to live together. Chapter 1052 Long Time No See. It was quiet in the small courtyard. There was no one making a sound. Everyone was cultivating individually. At this time, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her eyes and glanced around. Seeing that everyone was trying to cultivate, she stood up with a bitter little face. It was because she had encountered something she didn't understand. Unable to cultivate on. Could only go and ask Sister Shiyu. After figuring out the problem, only then could she continue. Lu Xiaoxiao was one of the two with the thinnest base. Other than her, it was Yun Shi. Luckily, she was young and smart, and could barely keep up with the progress, but she was also the kind of person who was at the tail end of the train. Yun Shi could be a bit stronger, but not by much. Among these people, other than Huangfu Xie, Xiaomu, and Yi Qingdao were the strongest. The two of them came from the third-level civilization Galaxy after all. The foundation was placed there. Moreover, the two were the second of the four great fairies of the Milky Way galaxy, so their talent was also quite good. When Huangfu Shiyu was too busy, they would occasionally act as teachers and solve everyone's doubts for them. Lu Xiaoxiao tiptoed and carefully came to Huangfu Shiyu's side. Wanting to speak, she was afraid of disturbing the other party. Standing there, she didn't know what to do. Fortunately, at this moment, Huangfu Shiyu opened her eyes and asked in a small voice, "Xiaoxiao, if you have any questions, just ask." "Thank you, Sister Shiyu." Lu Xiaoxiao immediately revealed a smile and said happily, "I don't know this place very well." Next, Huangfu Shiyu began to patiently explain. Soon Lu Xiaoxiao returned to her position satisfied. Yun Shi got up and walked over again. Huangfu Siye was still not tired of continuing to explain. Not long after Yun Shi returned to her position, another person came up. It was like this one after another. Huangfu Siye never revealed an impatient look or gaze. Seeing that she was too busy, Yi Qingdao and Xiaomu also began to autonomously start solving the confusion for other people. Such a joyful and cozy scene. It was gratifying for Lin Dong to watch. He had actually arrived a long time ago. It was just that seeing such a scene, he was unwilling to disturb it. Don't look at the fact that he was ridiculously strong and had already achieved the Void God level, which was enough to sweep through the Star Void realm. However, if he wanted Lin Dong to teach others, he really wouldn't be able to. Teach what? Teach to spend money? After obtaining the system for such a long time, he hasn't learned anything else. But he did learn how to spend money. But then again, do you need to learn how to spend money? Isn't it a natural ability? Especially women. Lin Dong did not show up. He quietly left again. He came here first. It was mainly because he was still relieved. He wanted to take a look at the situation of Yun Shi and the others. It was good to see that they were safe and were doing well. It's better to go and rescue Sister Hong before saying anything. Otherwise, once she showed up, she would definitely have 1,000 words to say, and it would take a lot of time again. It wouldn't be too late to rendezvous after rescuing Sister Hong. Yun Shi and the others never realized that they were being spied on. Not to mention them. As long as Lin Dong did not take the initiative to show himself, no one in the Star Void realm would be able to discover him. Not even a few Saint King levels could. Although a half-step Void God level was only a half-step, it was still an existence that had surpassed the Saint King level and had half-stepped into the realm of the God level. It wasn't something that could be compared to the Saint realm. 7-colored glazed sect council hall. A high-level meeting ended here. The other 7-colored glazed sect executives had just left, leaving only Patriarch Gongsun Jiming still brooding above the main seat. The turmoil in the Star Void realm nowadays had naturally affected the 7-colored glazed sect as well. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss how to deal with the upcoming chaos in the Star Void realm. With Xian Yuanshu stepping down and Pang Zhong becoming the new Sacred Alliance Alliance Master, the impartiality of the Sacred Alliance could be said to have existed in name only. In the future, the Sacred Alliance would be the Pang family's private army. Pang Zhong's policies and Xian Yuanshu's were two extremes. Xian Yuanshu, the former ally, was truly thinking about the Star Void realm, and since he became the ally of the Sacred Alliance, he had gained the respect of all the forces and powerhouses. Pang Zhong, on the other hand, was always considering his own interests. The two could not be compared together at all. Ever since the Sacred Alliance had publicly announced that Pang Zhong had become the Sacred Alliance's Alliance Master, it had set off monstrous waves in the Star Void realm, and all the major powers had begun to tighten their forces. The 7-colored glazed sect was no exception. Gongsun Jiming stood up. She still had to go to the Forbidden Land and report the results of the deliberation to a few Supreme Elders, asking them to decide what the next path should be. In the 7-colored glazed sect, Gongsun Jiming, the so-called sect leader, was nothing more than a puppet. Many things needed to be reported to the several Supreme Elders to decide. Just as she got up, before she could make a move, a voice rang in her ears. "Sister Dream, long time no see." Hearing this voice, Gongsun Jiming was shaken and hurriedly raised her head to look over. Only to see a young lad, who at some point had already sat on a chair not far away. Who was it if not Lin Dong? Lin Dong? No. Lin. Lord Lin, when did you arrive? Gongsun Jiming stuttered and asked. She still wanted to address Lin Dong as she did in the past, but only after shouting did she realize that the person in front of her nowadays had long been different from the past, and that this was a true saint-ranked adult that could be compared to the Supreme Elder. How could she call him by his name? Gongsun Jiming was not surprised by Lin Dong's sudden arrival. This was because she knew that the other party would come sooner or later. There were not only those little girlfriends of his here, but there were also people waiting for Lin Dong to save them. It was only that she did not expect it to come so quickly. It would be too outgoing for Sister Dream to address her like this. "You should still call me Lin Dong directly like before." Lin Dong said with a smile. "How can that work? The rules of the Star Void realm have always been that the achiever comes first, and since Lord Lin has already achieved the Sage realm, he should enjoy the treatment of the Sage realm, so I wouldn't dare to call him that." Gongsun Jiming explained. "It's fine. Other people are other people, I am me. It seems too outgoing to call between friends just like that, and over time, it will pull the distance between the two sides, and you are still Yin Shi and their master. If you call me Lord Lin, how am I going to explain to them? So Sister Meng, just listen to me. This isn't too good." Gongsun Jiming was a little hesitant. Normally she should call Lord Lin. But it was just like what Lin Dong said. There were still Yin Shi and these maids in the middle between them as a bond, so calling them like this was indeed a bit of a raw deal. To be able to get on good terms with a true saint-level powerhouse, Gongsun Jiming was certainly eager to do so. What's wrong with that? Since we are friends, we should get along as friends. That is fine then. However, I can only call you Lin Dong in private. It is still appropriate to address Lord Lin in public. Gongsun Ji dreamed and said. That's fine. Lin Dong agreed. Lin Dong, have you gone to meet Yun Shi and the girls? Gongsun Shiming asked. Went. Speaking of which, I also have to thank Sister Meng for taking care of them for me during this period of time. With that, Lin Dong stood up and bowed to Gongsun Shiming. He was truly grateful to Gongsun Shiming. Otherwise, Yun Shi and these people would not have known what to arrange. No need. No need. Lin Dong, you have said that we are friends, it's just a small matter, besides I also like these girls very much. Gongsun Shiming hurriedly went forward to help Lin Dong up. She did not dare to accept Lin Dong's bow. Chapter 1053, Secrets of the Seven-Colored Glazed Sect. No matter what, I still have to thank Sister Meng. Lin Dong insisted. Gongsun Shiming did not want to continue this topic and asked in a different way, they should all be very happy to see you. I did go to meet them, but did not show up. Lin Dong replied. Why? Gongsun Shiming was puzzled. I'm afraid of the delay, it's better to save Sister Hong first. Lin Dong, you are going to rescue Elder Red now? Gongsun Shiming frowned. She did not expect Lin Dong to be in such a hurry. It was thought that it would take a while. Aha! Lin Dong replied affirmatively. Lin Dong, if you want to save Elder Hong, you will definitely alert the Supreme Elder, are you ready? Gongsun Shiming did not know that Lin Dong had already reached the terrifying strength of a half-step void god level. It only knew that Lin Dong was at the true saint level. Such strength was already powerful enough, but it was still somewhat not quite enough to save Elder Hong. After all, the Star Void Realm had 4 true saint-level Supreme Elders. To fight 1 against 4 was a huge disadvantage no matter how one looked at it. Don't worry, Sister Dream. I have my own plans. Lin Dong did not reveal his true strength. But you have to deal with not 1 true saint level, but 4, are you really sure? Sister Meng, since I dared to come, I have already made sufficient preparations, and I have also learned about the strength of the 4 Supreme Elders of the 7-Colored Glazed Sect. The matter is of great importance, I will not joke about this. That's good. I also hope that Elder Hong will come out quickly. Staying in the cold ice cave for a long time will have a great impact on both personalities. Gongsun Shiming breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. What she was most afraid of was Lin Dong going to save Elder Hong with his passion. That would probably end badly for Lin Dong. Sister Meng, then let's go to the cold ice cave now. Lin Dong began to urge as soon as he heard this. There is no need to be in such a hurry. With Elder Hong's strength, staying in the cold ice cave for a decade or 8 years is absolutely no problem. I will first give you some information about the internal situation of the 7-Colored Glazed Sect to make it easier for you to act. Gongsun Shiming explained. Sister Meng, actually it is not necessary, you can just take me directly to Sister Hong, leave the rest to me, you are the patriarch of the 7-Colored Glazed Sect, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Lin Dong said. With his current strength, he did not need to know the internal information of the 7-Colored Glazed Sect. All that was required was to know Sister Hong's location and rescue the person. If the 7-Colored Glazed Sect's Supreme Elders dared to come and block the way, he would not mind teaching them how to behave. Lin Dong, the 7-Colored Glazed Sect is not as simple as you think, what the outside world understands is just skin deep. The history of the 7-Colored Glazed Sect is older and longer than any other power in the Star Void Realm, and there are also heavenly secrets hidden in the forbidden land of the sect. Acting rashly will have very serious consequences. Gongsun Shiming seriously said. Lin Dong remained disdainful in his heart after hearing this. Regardless of whether your 7-Colored Glazed Sect was ancient or not, or what great secrets were hidden, it was useless to him. In front of absolute strength, any plots and tricks were useless. However, Lin Dong still said, Sister Kamang, you are the patriarch of the 7-Colored Glazed Sect, exposing the sect's secrets like this, in case it gets out, you will be regarded as a traitor to the sect. Just hear me out first. Sister Meng, I am all ears. Lin Dong did not continue to interrupt. Lin Dong, do you know why the 7-Colored Glazed Sect has such a long calendar, yet there are only 4 true saint-ranked Taishang elders, while none of the other pseudo-saint ranks? Gongsun Shiming asked a question. I don't know. Lin Dong shook his head. He was also puzzled in his heart. According to Lin Dong's understanding, the other major powers in the Star Void Realm all had more pseudo-saint levels than true saint levels. It was normal logic that the stronger the strength, the smaller the number of people. However, when it came to the seven-colored glazed sect, it seemed to have changed to something different. In the entire seven-colored glazed sect, there were only 4 true saint-level Taishan elders, and there was indeed not a single pseudo-saint level. It was clearly very unreasonable. Could it be that the seven-colored glazed sect had no geniuses? Obviously not. With a sect with such a long history and 4 true saint-level Taishan elders to guide them, how could it be possible that no one had broken through to the saint realm? Gongsun Zhiming continued, in fact, according to the scattered records of the sect's secret history, since the establishment of the seven-colored glazed sect, it has cultivated at least 20 or more saints' realms, but all of these saints' realms have disappeared without exception. Disappeared? Lin Dong froze. Obviously, he had not expected such an outcome. How did they disappear? Lin Dong asked curiously. After breaking through the sage realm, he would enter the sect's forbidden land to cultivate, and then he never came out again. Gongsun Zhiming replied. Perhaps they were in seclusion in the forbidden land. This is not considered a disappearance. Lin Dong said. Lin Dong, have you ever seen a single seclusion for tens of millions of years? The earliest ones to enter the sect's forbidden land, those sage realms, have not come out for more than 1,000,000 years from now, and the ones who have been active in the sect are the 4 true saint-level Taishang elders. Do you think this is normal? This. Lin Dong was also stunned. Dozens of saint realms had entered the seven-colored glazed sect's forbidden land and had not come out so far, with the earliest even being 1,000,000 years away. Anyone would know that. It was definitely not normal. Sister Dream. Have you been to the forbidden land? Lin Dong asked. No. The forbidden land does not allow anyone to enter unless the old ancestor agrees or if they have reached the sage realm, but none of those who went in at the sage realm were able to come out. Gongsun Zhiming shook her head and said. Sister Meng, from what you said, there must be something odd in the forbidden land. No wonder the seven-colored glazed sect has never had any pseudo-saint level powerhouses. Lin Dong drifted off. Lin Dong, these are all summarized by me only after secretly going through countless sect information. Due to the span of time is too long, basically did not attract anyone's attention. I am because my ancestor had once appeared a talented and astonishing saint realm, after entering the sect's forbidden land and never came out again. The reason why I am the seven-colored glazed sect leader is because I want to find out what secrets are hidden within the forbidden land, but unfortunately so far nothing has been found. What secrets? But unfortunately I haven't found anything so far. Gongsun Zhiming sighed. She wanted to know the secrets in the sect's forbidden land, and she also wanted to know if her own old ancestor was still alive. Anyone from the seven-colored glazed sect who entered the forbidden land would even bring their life tags in with them. Therefore, the people outside did not even know whether the person who entered was dead or alive. Lin Dong fell into deep thought. Gongsun Zhiming's words aroused his intense curiosity. Should he send an alter ego to take a look in the forbidden land of the seven-colored glazed sect? With so many sage realms going in, it was impossible for them to disappear for no reason at all. Sage realms were endowed with endless lifespans, and as long as there were no accidents, even if it was 1,000,000 years, they would definitely still be alive. Even if there were any dangers in the forbidden land, with his half-step void god level strength, he should be able to turn danger into safety. Even if he couldn't, it would only be a loss of a bilocation. But for safety's sake, it's better to wait until Sister Hong is rescued and after arranging Yin Shi and the others properly, then go and explore a bit more. Lest there be an accident that affects them at that time. Chapter 1054, The Cold Ice Cave's Lowest Level. Sister Meng, thank you for telling me this. Lin Dong thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Although with his half-step void god level strength, what Gongsun Zhiming said had little effect on him. At most, it would just evoke curiosity to find out more. However, Gongsun Zhiming did not know Lin Dong's strength. She still thought that Lin Dong was only at the true saint level until now. Even if he had some other means, he was still somewhat dwarfed when facing the 4 ancient true saint-level Taishan elders of the seven-colored glazed sect. Furthermore, the seven-colored glazed sect's forbidden land still hid many secrets. This was also an unexpected factor. Telling Lin Dong all of them would also allow Lin Dong to have a comprehensive consideration so that he would not be caught off guard when the time came. Lin Dong, in fact, I also have a selfish motive. My Gongsun family has been living in the seven-colored glazed sect since my ancestors. We have feelings for the sect. It is just that the secrets in the forbidden land have cast a shadow over the sect. I want to restore normalcy to the sect, so that the strong people who have broken through to the Sage Realm will no longer disappear, but I am unable to, so I hope to obtain your help in unlocking the secrets in the Forbidden Land. Gongsun Zhiming did not hide it and directly stated what was in his heart. Lin Dong was satisfied with this. He did not really like the kind of people who had a heart of gold, especially those who played with caution in mind games. What is the matter? Directly say out. Can help is the love, cannot help is this. Just like Gongsun, stop dream like this. Sister Meng, after I first rescue Sister Hong and then settle Yin Shi and the others, I will come back to help you explore the secrets of the 7-colored glazed sect's Forbidden Land. Lin Dong agreed. Thank you. Gongsun Zhiming said gratefully. It's just a small matter. Then let's go to the cold ice cave now? Wait. I'll give you some more basic information about my 7-colored glazed sect's 4 supreme elders. If you want to save Elder Red, you'll definitely be going up against them. Knowing a little bit more will help you as well. No. That. Well. Trouble Sister Meng. Lin Dong originally wanted to say that it was not necessary, but after considering it for a while, he still did not say it. The other party had taken such a big risk and had good intentions, although it was not much use, the starting point was good. It would be too impolite to reject it directly. Gongsun Zhiming then began to carefully explain to Lin Dong. In fact, she did not know much about the 4 supreme elders. It was just that as the patriarch, she had more contact with the 4 supreme elders compared to the others. The 4 supreme elders had lived for a very long time, and no one knew exactly how many years. Anyway, the 7-colored glazed sect was established by the 4 of them. The 4 of them were the Qianru clan, Yiru clan, Gongru clan, and Yunru clan according to their rankings. Bailey Yanhan's master was the 3rd-ranked Palace Ru clan's supreme elder. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Dong followed Gongsun Zhiming as they left the council hall together and headed to the cold ice cave of the 7-colored glazed sect. Along the way, Gongsun Zhiming was cautious for fear of being discovered by the supreme elder. She did not know. As long as Lin Dong was unwilling, not even a Saint King level could discover him, let alone a true saint level. There were no accidents in the middle of the journey, and the 2 of them smoothly arrived at the entrance of the cold ice cave. Even from a long distance away, Lin Dong could feel a coldness emanating out. It was worthy of being a cold ice cave. This coldness alone was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Ordinary people were afraid that they would be frozen into ice sculptures just as they approached. Lin Dong. Elder Red is on the last level below the cold ice cave, so I won't accompany you down there. As long as a commotion occurs here, the Supreme Elder will surely discover it. Gongsun Zhiming said as she looked at the entrance of the cold ice cave in front of her. Thank you, Sister Dream. I'll just go down alone, you'd better leave quickly. It wouldn't be good if you were discovered. Then be careful yourself. Although I'm the 7-colored glazed sect patriarch, I can't do anything other than tell you some information as well as show you the way. That's already enough. Lin Dong. If any uncontrollable accidents happen, try to ensure your own safety first. Your talent is unparalleled, even in the entire history of the Star Void realm. You cannot find a character that can rival you. As long as you are given a little more time, I believe that you can do even better. It's perfectly fine for Elder Red to hold on for a few more years. Don't lose out due to a small cause. If you have any accidents, Yun Shi and the others will not be able to accept it. Gongsun Zhiming persuaded again before leaving. I understand. Thank you, Sister Meng, for reminding me. I have 100% certainty of saving Sister Hong, don't worry. Lin Dong responded with a smile. Since that's the case, I will leave first, be careful. After Gongsun Zhiming finished speaking, she turned around and quickly disappeared from Lin Dong's sight. Lin Dong watched Gongsun Zhiming leave. Only then did he turn around and without the slightest hesitation, directly walk towards the entrance of the cold ice cave. As a half-step void god-level powerhouse, there was still no place in the Star Void realm that he dared not enter. Having just entered the middle of the cold ice cave, countless cold chi seemed to be alive as if it swept towards Lin Dong. However, just when it was about to touch Lin Dong's body, humph! Lin Dong let out a heavy hum. The dense cold aura immediately rolled back as if it had met a natural enemy. Lin Dong did not pay the slightest attention as he took large strides towards the depths of the cold ice cave. Wherever he passed, not only did the cold air actively retreat, even the ice on the ground that had already existed for countless years automatically melted in advance to make way for him. It was only after he walked past that he dared to continue icing and return to his original state. This scene, if when Gongsun Jimeng saw it, she would definitely be shocked beyond words. In a short period of time, she wouldn't be afraid of these cold chi. However, to make the cold chi actively back off and make the 10,000-year-old cold ice under her feet automatically melt to make way, I am afraid that even the Supreme Elder would not be able to do so. Lin Dong followed the passageway of the cold ice cave and walked to a wide place. Here, he saw many ice sculptures, which should all be disciples of the seven-colored glazed sect who had made a major mistake and were punished into this place. Ignoring this, Lin Dong continued to walk forward. The further down he went, the heavier the coldness became and the fewer the ice sculptures. Until he walked to the lowest level of the cold ice cave. The coldness here had already reached an extreme. Of course, they still avoided Lin Dong and did not dare to approach Lin Dong's surroundings. Arriving at the lowest level of the cold ice cave, Lin Dong sensed a familiar aura and fixed his eyes to look. Only to see an ice sculpture standing alone not far away. The person within the ice sculpture could be vaguely seen from the outside, wearing a red outfit. Bailey Yanhong. Although through the thick layer of ice, Lin Dong could not see the person's appearance. However, he knew. The person within the ice sculpture was Sister Hong. With regards to Bailey Yanhong, Lin Dong had mixed feelings. The other party had given him a different experience. It was even more profound than with Yun Shi. Being with Yun Shi was a watery experience, whereas being with Bailey Yanhong was like a sudden ripple in a life that was as calm as water. At that time, Lin Dong had only just broken through the eternal realm. Bailey Yanhong's strength had already reached the late supreme level. If there had not been that one accident, the two would not have developed to this point. In fact, up until now, neither of them had ever had any physical contact, not even a single finger, yet they understood every single place on the other's body. Chapter 1055, Temporary Intentions. After looking at Bailey Yanhong's ice sculpture in silence for a while, Lin Dong spoke, "Sister Hong, I have come to save you." Only that it did not receive any response from the other party. Lin Dong frowned. He could feel that Sister Hong's flame of life was very strong. But why did the other party not answer? With such a close distance, it was impossible that she did not hear it. Could it be that the extreme coldness inside the cold ice cave had affected Sister Hong's character? Didn't Gongsun Jimeng say that with Sister Hong's strength at the late supreme level, it would be completely fine to last a decade or 8 years? How long has it been? She had already begun to be affected? Lin Dong began to panic a little. If a person had even changed their personality, then they were no longer the same person as before. He increased his volume and shouted once again, "Sister Hong. Can you hear me now? I am Lin Dong, I have come to save you." However, it was met with still silence. Lin Dong's frown deepened. In the end, he could not help but release a trace of his spiritual energy and went up to sense Bailey Yanhong's condition. When his spiritual energy touched the ice sculpture, his eyes shifted and he arrived in an unfamiliar environment. Just as he wanted to explode his power to break free. Suddenly, the place felt familiar. Lin Dong then observed the surroundings. Wasn't this the place where he had his first accident with Sister Hong back then? Immediately, Lin Dong saw Bailey Yanhong not far away. The other party was wearing a red cheongsam and was staring blankly at him without saying a word. Lin Dong was somewhat embarrassed by the stare. Cough. Well. Sister Hong, are you alright? Bailey Yanhong was interrupted by Lin Dong's voice and came back to her senses, slowly saying, "Lin Dong, I thought that I would stay in this cold ice cave for a full 100 years. When I go out, the outside world will have long since changed, and I will no longer be the same person that I once was, having been corroded by the extreme cold for 100 years, and from then on, I will become a piece of weapon of the seven-colored glazed sect that does not have any feelings. I am unwilling to. But I can't make any change. I never thought that someone would come to save me, because this was an order given by my master. Amongst the people I know, no one possesses the strength to go into the seven-colored glazed sect alone to save someone, but when the patriarch came to tell me that you have grown to this extent, and told me to be sure to hold on to you again, I really could not believe it, and it felt like I was dreaming. Lin Dong, thank you for being able to risk your own life to come and save me, really thank you." After saying these words, Bailey Yanhong was already in tears. At this moment, she was not the Red Elder of the seven-colored glazed sect, but a woman surrounded by happiness. Having lived for nearly 2,000 years, she had never imagined that she would also have this day. The Gongru clan had always instilled Bailey Yanhong with the thought that she possessed a special charming body. She could not touch a man in this lifetime, much less have her heart set on any man. Now facing this man who was much younger than herself, Bailey Yanhong did not want to suppress it anymore. What she owed to her master was already paid off the moment she entered the cold ice cave. After leaving this place, Bailey Yanhong wanted to truly be herself. Hearing Sister Hong's words, Lin Dong finally loosened his tight frown and revealed a smile. It turned out that Sister Hong was not affected by the cold. His own efforts were not in vain. If Sister Hong was truly no longer the same as she was before, Lin Dong felt that he was afraid that he would not be able to resist destroying the seven-colored glazed sect. Sister Hong, don't thank me, these are all things that I should do. From now on, no matter who wants to touch you, they will have to ask me, Lin Dong, if I agree or not. As long as I don't agree, even if it is your master, or a same king level, it won't work. Lin Dong said in an incomparably domineering manner. I believe you. Bailey Yanhong responded as she cried and laughed at the same time. Let's go. Sister Hong, I will take you out and leave the cold ice cave. I would like to see who dares to make a move to stop this seven-colored glazed sect. Lin Dong said in a tone filled with fury. No. I don't want to leave yet. Bailey Yanhong said with a red face. Why? Lin Dong had just finished asking, and before he could react, a flash of red color came before his eyes, and then he was wrapped in delicacy and warmth. 1 hour later. The lowest level of the cold ice cave. Click. 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 The ice sculpture suddenly broke open, revealing the silhouette inside. At the same time, Lin Dong also opened his eyes. The two of them glanced at each other. Lin Dong revealed a hint of a smile. Bailey Yanhong, on the other hand, lowered her head. Not to mention the fact that she had lived for a long time and was already almost 2,000 years old, she was really not as good as Lin Dong in this aspect, or even Yun Shi, this little girl. Sister Hong, let's go. Lin Dong opened his mouth and said. Humph. Bailey Yanhong hummed, then stood up and came to Lin Dong's side. The two had just taken a few steps out when Lin Dong stopped and turned to look at the lowest level of the cold ice cave. What's wrong? Bailey Yanhong asked in confusion. Sister Hong. It shouldn't be possible for us to go out like this and hide it from your master, right? It won't work. I have a prohibition set on me by my master, not to mention walking out of the cold ice cave. Even if I leave this bottom level, my master will know. Bailey Yanhong shook her head and said. That will do. It is impossible to hide it anyway. Why don't we just give them a big gift? I have long been looking at the cold ice cave in a bad light, devouring the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans and turning a person into an emotionless machine. This kind of place shouldn't exist at all. Lin Dong said with a cold smile. Lin Dong, you want to destroy this place? Bailey Yanhong asked with wide eyes. She did not expect Lin Dong to be so bold. Not only did he want to save himself from going out, he also wanted to destroy the cold ice cave. This was one of the most important places in the 7-colored glazed sect, second only to the Forbidden Land. If this place was destroyed, the 4 Supreme Elders would not go crazy. Since the establishment of the 7-colored glazed sect, I don't know how many disciples have come here to receive the most painful punishment in this world. If you make a mistake, you should be killed. If you devour human feelings, is it still considered a human being? This kind of inhuman place should have been destroyed a long time ago. But Lin Dong, this is one of the most important places of the 7-colored glazed sect, second only to the Forbidden Land in importance. Once it is destroyed, Master and the others will definitely not let you off. Bailey Yanhong hurriedly said. Sister Hong, don't worry. Since I dared to come, I am not afraid of them. Even if all the 4 Supreme Elders come together, they will not be able to help me. Lin Dong comforted. That? Well then. You be careful. Seeing that Lin Dong was so confident, Bailey Yanhong no longer persuaded him. As long as Lin Dong was certain of dealing with the anger of the 4 Supreme Elders, it would be fine. She also did not like the cold ice cave. Many disciples within the sect who made mistakes would be sent here, and after being placed under a ban, they could not even commit suicide if they wanted to, and could only become an emotionless machine. It was good to be destroyed. Sort of the last Thing she did for her sisters within the sect before leaving the sect. Bailey Yanhong knew. Today, she followed Lindong to leave the cold ice cave. It was no longer possible for her to continue staying in the seven-colored glazed sect. It was only possible to break away from the sect. Chapter 1056, There is a Treasure. Sister Hong, stand a little to the side, I will go and see how the cold air in this cold ice cave is formed. After Lindong finished speaking, he walked alone to the center of the lowest level of the cold ice cave. He then closed his eyes and released a portion of his mental energy and began to probe the entire cold ice cave. Since the cold ice cave was heavier in coldness the further down it went, the secret must be in the deepest part. The spiritual energy followed the lowest layer of the cold ice cave and continued downwards. All of them were thick layers of ice, and it was feared that the existence time of these layers of ice was no shorter than the time when the seven-colored glazed sect was established. It was likely that the cold ice cave and the Forbidden Land came first before the seven-colored glazed sect came into existence. It wasn't until the spiritual power descended to a depth of hundreds of thousands of kilometers that it finally reached the end. The thickness of this ice layer was hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Unimaginable. To know that the Earth's diameter was only just over 10,000 kilometers. Just the thickness of this ice layer alone would allow dozens of Earths to be overlapped and placed together. At the end of the ice layer, Lindong saw a breathtaking sight through his spiritual energy. One could only see a huge piece of blue ice not far away, which seemed to be wrapped with something inside. The cold aura was emitted by what was inside. To be able to form this phenomenon of 10,000 miles of ice, it was definitely a rare treasure. The most shocking thing was, underneath the blue ice was the raging magma. What is this? Fire and ice? Just a hair's breadth away. Above is 1,000,000 miles of ice, while below is surging magma. Such a peculiar scene. It was the first time that Lindong had seen it. How could the scorching hot magma coexist with the extremely cold ice? Magma was synonymous with ultra-high temperatures, but this ice did not show the slightest sign of melting under the scorching baking of the magma. The two sides have coexisted peacefully like this for an unknown number of years. The magma and the ice each occupy their own territories and do not interfere with each other. What a spectacle! Lindong, who was standing at the lowest level of the cold ice cave, opened his eyes. A small smile appeared on his face. Good stuff, good stuff. The blue ice was clearly hiding something good. It was not Lindong's style to encounter a treasure and not take it. Especially since this treasure was still the enemy's, there was even less reason not to take it. Seeing Lindong open his eyes, Bailey Yanhong hurriedly walked over and asked, Lindong, how is it? Did you discover anything? The culprit has been discovered. Underneath this ice layer, there is a treasure. The extremely cold chi is what it emits. The cold ice cave was also created by it. As long as I take it out, the cold ice cave will automatically disappear. Lindong replied. What kind of treasure is it? Bailey Yanhong curiously said. I don't know yet. It is hidden in the huge blue ice cube. Sister Hong, you can step back a little more and let me take it out. The movement may be a little loud. Be careful. Bailey Yanhong said and retreated back to the position she had just taken. Lindong crouched down and looked down at the ice beneath his feet. With his right fist clenched, he slammed his fist on the ice layer before walking to Bailey Yanhong's side. The two of them stood at the bottom edge of the cold ice cave, quietly looking at the center. Ka-ching. A tiny crack appeared in the ice layer, and slowly, the crack grew bigger and bigger and quickly spread to the deepest part of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. At the same time, the spiritual energy that had dived into the ice layer directly materialized, wrapped around the huge blue ice cube, pulled itself up, followed the crack, and quickly headed towards the ground. Rumble. A loud sound came from the ground. It was immediately followed by a shaking of the ground. Not only could Lindong and Bailey Yanhong within the cold ice cave feel it. The seven-colored glazed sect, and even the entire seven-colored continent, felt the violent vibrations. Countless ordinary people stopped what they were doing. Shouting loudly, they ran away, trying to quickly find an open place to hide. An earthquake is coming. Run away. The seven-colored glazed sect was the closest and naturally felt the greatest vibrations. In the compound where Yun Shi and the others lived. For the sudden tremor. Everyone was caught off guard and gathered tightly together. Huangfu Xie, Yi Qingdao, and Xiamu were the strongest and stood at the outermost perimeter. The others stood protected by the three of them. The sect members of the seven-colored glazed sect all flew into the air, wanting to see what was going on. Patriarch Gongsun Jimeng was no exception. She came into the air and stood at the forefront of the group of seven-colored glazed sect disciples. Patriarch, what's going on? This has never happened before in the seven-colored continent. An elder asked. Yeah. Sovereign, how could an earthquake occur in the seven-colored continent? Is there someone messing with it? Gongsun Jimeng shook his head, stating that he didn't know either. Yet in her heart, she couldn't be clearer. She could sense that the vibrations were coming from the side of the cold ice cave. It was definitely Lin Dong who had started to act. However, it was just saving a person. Why would it cause such a big commotion? Gongsun Jimeng was very puzzled in her heart. At this time, a roar suddenly came from within the seven-colored glazed sect's forbidden land. Unbridled. Who dares to spread wildness in the seven-colored glazed sect, looking for death? When Bailey Yanhong, who was at the lowest level of the cold ice cave, heard this voice, her body could not help but tremble. The person who spoke was more than familiar to her. It was none other than her master, the Gongru clan, one of the four great supreme elders of the seven-colored glazed sect, and an ancient true saint-level powerhouse. Even though Bailey Yanhong trusted Lin Dong. However, when facing her own master teacher, she was still a little worried for Lin Dong. After all, she had not seen Lin Dong's strength with her own eyes. It was all learned from Patriarch Gongsun Jimeng's mouth. She only knew when Lin Dong was first brought to the Star Void realm. The other party was merely at the beginning of the Eternal Realm. Sensing the worry of the person beside him, Lin Dong comforted, Sister Hong, don't be afraid. I am not afraid of the true saint level now, so let's see how I can avenge you. Lin Dong, you have to be careful. Master Teacher has lived for a very long time, his cards and means will not be few, you must keep yourself safe, if you can't, leave first and come back to save me when you have enough strength, I can afford to wait. Don't worry. My current strength is already enough. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he slashed his finger and a small wound appeared on his fingertip. A drop of essence blood was forced out of his body. He then performed the split art. The drop of essence blood began to slowly change and eventually turned into Lin Dong's appearance amidst Bailey Yanhong's dumbfounded expression. What kind of tactic is this? Bailey Yanhong stared at Lin Dong's doppelganger, which was exactly the same as Lin Dong, and her heart had long been stunned beyond words. Lin Dong's doppelganger looked at Bailey Yanhong's appearance and said with a slight smile, Sister Hong, there is no need to make a big fuss, this is my doppelganger technique and possesses the same strength as me. The moment these words came out, Bailey Yanhong was once again shaken. As an elder of the seven-colored glazed sect, having lived for nearly 2,000 years, she had never seen this kind of heaven-defying means before. Even in the secret history of the seven-colored glazed sect, she had never heard of it. A drop of essence blood could transform a person with the same strength as herself out of thin air? If Lin Dong consumed more essence blood, wouldn't he be able to create a powerful team full of true saints? No wonder Lin Dong was so confident. With this move alone, no one can come out of the Saint King level. Chapter 1057 Ice Spirit Divine Sword. Seven-colored glazed sect Forbidden Land. A ray of light shot out and instantly arrived above the cold ice cave. At the same time, the cold ice cave also suddenly exploded and a figure rushed out, confronting the light shot out from the seven-colored glazed sect's Forbidden Land in the air. The light transformed into an old woman. It was precisely the Gongru clan, one of the four great supreme elders of the seven-colored glazed sect. The silhouette that rushed out from the cold ice cave was naturally Lin Dong's doppelganger. The two people, one old and one young, stood opposite each other. Gongru clan stared at the young man in front of her, feeling somewhat familiar as if she had seen him somewhere, but she just could not recall. When Shiman Fugue had caused trouble in the seven-colored glazed sect, she had glanced at Lin Dong when she had appeared to suppress Shiman Fugue. It was just that at that time, Lin Dong was merely a mole cricket who had just entered the Eternal Realm, and was simply not placed in Gongru's eyes. So much so that he could not remember Lin Dong as a person at all now. Who is your excellency? What is the purpose of coming to my seven-colored glazed sect's cold ice cave? Without giving a reasonable explanation today, you will not be able to leave this place. Gongru snapped. She could sense that the young man in front of her was very strong and didn't immediately make a move. Rather, she wanted to understand the truth of the matter. Who do you care who I am? I just casually came around, can't I? Lin Dong's doppelganger replied casually. While the two were talking, Dongsun Jiming arrived with a group of core executives from the seven-colored glazed sect. Seeing Lin Dong confronting the Gongru clan's supreme elder, she was also a little nervous in her heart. Little dream. Do you recognize this person? The Gongru clan turned her head to Gongsun Jiming. Back to the Taishang elder, Little Dream doesn't recognize him. Gongsun Jiming shook her head and replied. She could only say that she did not recognize Lin Dong now. Otherwise, the Supreme Elder would definitely pursue the root of the matter. Even if the Supreme Elder found out later, there was still a way to defend herself. After all, one was a youngster who was at the beginning of the Eternal Realm, and the other was a strong person who could make even the Supreme Elder fearful. Who would have thought that they could be the same person? Where are the others? Are there any that you recognize? Gong Ruse went on to ask. All the seven-colored glazed sect executives behind Gongsun Jiming collectively looked at Lin Dong's doppelganger before answering loudly, back to the Supreme Elder, we do not know each other. Hearing everyone's reply, Gong Ruse turned to Lin Dong again. If Your Excellency doesn't tell the truth again, don't blame me for being impolite. I was just about to learn about the strength of the seven-colored glazed sect's elder, but if you make a move here and break your seven-colored glazed sect, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. The attitude of Lin Dong's doppelganger was still so arrogant to the extreme that he did not put Gong Ruse in the slightest. For this old fellow who had imprisoned Sister Hong in the cold ice cave, of course he would not be polite. The reason he did not immediately strike was also because he was afraid of spreading to the rest of the seven-colored glazed sect. Yun Shi and the girls were still within the sect. Rumble. The violent vibrations still continued. Gong Ruse glanced at the cold ice cave, feeling the vibrations coming from inside. Suddenly her heart was startled. She thought of something deep inside the cold ice cave. That treasure could never be stolen, otherwise how would the sisters explain themselves in the future? With a dive, Gong Ruse rushed towards the cold ice cave to see what was going on inside. Was someone stealing that treasure? However, Lin Dong's doppelganger was not a jealous person, so how could he let the other party have their way? At the same time that Gong Ruse moved, the doppelganger also moved, directly stopping in front of Gong Ruse and preventing her from moving. Boom! The two also fought a hard blow. Each side retreated away, and neither side was able to deal with the other. Old woman! What are you going to do? Aren't you going to fight? Why are you leaving before you fight? Lin Dong's doppelganger teased. His obstruction convinced Gong Ruse even more that there was a problem in the cold ice cave. She immediately shouted out anxiously, Big sister, second sister, fourth sister, come out quickly, there are thieves stealing the ice spirit divine sword. Her words had just fallen. There was an instant response from within the Forbidden Land. Which thief dares to come to my seven-colored glazed sect to steal a treasure? No matter who you are, today you will have no return. Then three shadows shot out. They directly rushed towards the cold ice cave. Seeing that the three supreme elders of the seven-colored glazed sect were about to reach the cold ice cave, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Dong's alter ego's mouth. The evil breaking sword flew out from the sword box behind his back and fell into his hand. With the evil breaking sword in hand, the doppelganger let out a low cry in his heart. Evil breaking sword technique. With that, the sword was swung out. A dazzling red aura shot out from the body of the sword, targeting the very three silhouettes that flew out from the Forbidden Land. Perhaps it was the three supreme elders of the seven-colored glazed sect who sensed the power of the sword and hastily came to a hasty stop, halting their advance and remaining in the air. The red aura wielded by Lin Dong's doppelganger flashed past them. The dazzling red aura sliced into the void. It illuminated the void. Fortunately, this sword Lin Dong had scented at the void. If he had tilted it a little, the seven-colored continent would have been chopped through by him. If he had directed it at the seven-colored continent, he would have been able to cut the continent in half with a single sword. This was still only exerting true saint-level strength. The core of the seven-colored glazed sect looked at this scene in shock. The three true saint-level Taishang elders were actually stopped by this person with a single sword. If they hadn't felt the threat on this sword, the three Taishang elders wouldn't have been able to stop at all. Who exactly was this person? Growing so young, he had such terrifying strength. Gongsun Jimeng was finally relieved in her heart. Even though she had heard a lot about Lin Dong during this period of time, she knew that Lin Dong's strength was very strong. However, what she had heard was never as shocking as seeing it. Lin Dong was able to force 3 supreme elders to stop with a single sword. The rumors from the outside world were not false. 3 of you, what is this for? You cannot go down without my consent. Lin Dong's doppelganger pulled a sword flower and said. The 3 figures that were stopped by his sword were also 3 old crones. They turned their gazes towards Lin Dong's doppelganger. They did not expect the person who struck out to be so young. Rumble. At this time, the sound emanating from the cold ice cave grew louder and louder. It attracted everyone's attention. The 4 supreme elders of the 7-colored glazed sect glanced at each other and were about to continue their actions. Lin Dong was not weak. However, there was only one person. It was only by surprise that he had stopped them just now. It would be sufficient to split 2 people to deal with Lin Dong. The remaining 2 could go down to see the situation below. The Ice Spirit Divine Sword in the cold ice cave must not be allowed to be lost. They did not have the time to ask Lin Dong now. Exactly how did he know that there was a treasure down here? The Ice Spirit Divine Sword had been buried here for so long without anyone knowing about it. It was with the Ice Spirit Sword that the cold ice cave came into existence, and finally the 7-colored glazed sect came into existence. This is the treasure of the clan. 4 people acted at the same time. 2 of them were targeting Lin Dong while the other 2 were targeting the cold ice cave. However, right at this moment. Bang! There was a loud bang. A huge blue object rushed out of the cold ice cave and stopped in the air. Chapter 1058 Secret in the Heart. As soon as the blue object rushed out of the cold ice cave, a coldness instantly swept through the heavens and earth. It caused all the sect members of the 7-colored glazed sect to shiver. And the chill continued to spread in all directions. This blue object was naturally a huge ice cube that had been wrapped by Lin Dong with his spiritual power and moved out from the depths of the earth. Inside was the treasure that created the phenomenon of 10,000 miles of ice, and it was from here that the extremely cold aura emanated. There were also 2 people standing on the huge blue ice block. It was none other than Lin Dong's main body and Bailey Yanhong. However, at this time, Lin Dong was wearing a silver-colored mask. The clothes he wore were also different from his doppelganger. Under Lin Dong's brief contemplation, it was felt that it was better to try not to expose the technique of the doppelganger. Although he was already not afraid of anyone in the Star Void realm. However, wasn't there still a sacred king-level master? If the bilocation technique was exposed, where would the master teacher find it? A sudden accident. It interrupted the actions of the 4 supreme elders of the 7-colored glazed sect. They all stopped and looked at the huge blue ice cube in the air, as well as the 2 people on the ice cube. What was hidden inside the blue ice cube? The 4 of them couldn't be clearer. The Ice Spirit Divine Sword. One of the 7-colored glazed sect's clan-supporting treasures. It was also something that could never be stolen by outsiders. Because it is not just as simple as a treasure, it is. The 2 people on the ice, one of the men was wearing a mask, so he couldn't see his face clearly and didn't know who he was. As for the other woman, as long as one was a disciple of the 7-colored glazed sect, there was no one who did not recognize her. Bailey Yanhong. The personal disciple of the Gongru clan's supreme elder. One of the important figures of the 7-colored glazed sect. It's just that she's fallen out of favor since returning from this enforcer mission. Punished by the supreme elder into the cold ice cave for 100 years. Basically, it was tantamount to giving up completely. He didn't expect to be rescued now. A group of core executives of the 7-colored glazed sect looked at what was in front of them, not understanding what was going on. Bailey Yanhong faced her master and the other 3 supreme elders, as well as the other sect members of the 7-colored glazed sect. Her expression was calm, without a trace of panic, and she seemed to have really let go. At the moment she entered the cold ice cave, she told herself that she would live for herself in the future. At this moment, she was rescued by Lin Dong. She would no longer be an elder of the 7-colored glazed sect or a disciple of the Gongru clan. Rather, she was the Bailey Yanhong who had regained her freedom and lived for herself. The Gongru clan looked at the woman. On top of the ice, her heart seething with anger. Thinking that the dominant person in this matter was her, the disciple she once had high hopes for. It must be that this girl did not accept being punished into the cold ice cave, so she colluded with outsiders, wanting to steal the ice spirit divine sword in the cold ice cave, and by the way, she herself could also escape from the cold ice cave. What made Gong Ru's wonder was, how did this girl know that there was a treasure in the cold ice cave? It was simply impossible for the news of the ice spirit divine sword to leak out. Apart from the four of them sisters. Not even the successive generations of patriarchs of the seven-colored glazed sect knew about it. And how could one's own disciple know two people who were so strong? Gong Ru realized that she did not know Bailey Yanhong at all. The young man with the sword was left out. The two had just passed a move. The strength was at least at the mid-true saint level. That masked man didn't look simple either. Two true saint level powerhouses were not something that just any power could take out. Little Red, who are these two people? Gong Ru's asked as she suppressed the anger in her heart. She had to determine the identity of the two before she could respond. It was fine if it was just these two. They couldn't take away the ice spirit divine sword even if they joined forces. But if there were helpers, things would not be easy to say. The Star Void realm will be in chaos. I'm afraid that it would be difficult for the seven-colored glazed sect to stand alone. Most importantly, the mission of the four sisters has not been completed. Since the establishment of the seven-colored glazed sect, it had frequently sent some of its outstanding disciples out for marriage, just to maintain good relations with the major powers of the Star Void realm, and not to be targeted by powerful people. Allowing them to have time to, secretly, accomplish their tasks. Today was the first time that the seven-colored glazed sect had a true saint-level powerhouse come to their door to cause trouble. The four Gong Ru sisters had to pay attention. Senior. This is the last time I will call you. From today onwards, I will no longer be your disciple or an elder of the seven-colored glazed sect, I am just a free man. Bailey Yanhong said calmly. The moment these words came out. Aside from Gongsun Jimeng, all of the rest of the seven-colored glazed sect's higher-ups were shocked in their hearts. Elder Red was going to rebel against the sect? This was no small matter. But then they were relieved. Being punished into the cold ice cave for 100 years, or by one's most respected master. Anyone was afraid that it would be difficult to accept. The key was that up until now, everyone still didn't know what mistake Elder Red had made. Only Gongsun Jimeng did not have any surprise. It was because she knew. The moment Elder Hong was rescued by Lin Dong, it was impossible for him to stay in the seven-colored glazed sect. What did you say? Say it again. Gong Ru's eyes glowed with a cold light as she stared at Bailey Yanhong and asked. I said that from today onwards, I am no longer your disciple, and I am no longer an elder of the seven-colored glazed sect. Bailey Yanhong repeated again. You want to betray the division? Do you know that without me, you would have long ceased to exist? All that you have is bestowed upon you by me, and you are now telling me that you want to break away from the seven-colored glazed sect? Gong Ru's was furious. I don't want to come to this point either, but ever since my physique was destroyed, you no longer consider me your disciple, don't you? Moreover, I wasn't at fault for what happened to Shiman Fugui, just because he was in the sage realm. You put everything on my head and punished me into the cold ice cave. The moment I entered the cold ice cave, I had already decided that if there was a day when I came out, I would live for myself. Bailey Yanhong's voice was calm, without any fluctuations. You retrograde disciple. Gong Ru cursed in anger. With her strength and status position, she could allow her to negate others, but could not tolerate others negating her. More than that, Gong Ru's heart also hid a secret. Bailey Yanhong was not actually saved by her. When the four sisters established the seven-colored glazed sect and set the rule of exclusively accepting women, it was not because they wanted to develop their power. Rather, it was to facilitate the secret fulfillment of their mission. After that, they opened up all over the world in search of the needed physique. When she discovered Bailey Yanhong, she was still a baby. In order to get her and leave no loose ends, the four Gong Ru sisters stiffly exterminated all the clansmen of the Bailey family, leaving Bailey Yanhong alone. The charming body was the final part of the four's mission, and had to grow to the sage realm in order to be most effective. That was why the four sisters of the Gong Ru clan were so angry after knowing that Bailey Yanhong's charmed body had been destroyed. If it wasn't for Morong Chinga reviving their hopes, Bailey Yanhong's fate might have been a bit worse. Now that they heard Bailey Yanhong say that she wanted to break away from the seven-colored glazed sect, the Gongru clan had only one thought in her mind. That was to silence her. Chapter 1059 Envy. The seven-colored glazed sect set up a rule when it was first established that anyone who betrays their master shall be killed. As an elder, you can't be unaware of this. Gongru asked with a gloomy face. I know. So what? If I were to choose, I would rather choose to die than enter the cold ice cave and become an emotionless machine. Bailey Yanhong replied. Good. Very good. Very good. Since you have decided to rebel against the clan, I will clean up the door today, so don't blame me as a master for not giving you a chance. Gong Kuru's words had just finished. Lin Don's doppelganger took over. He sneered and said, Old woman, if you want to kill Sister Hong, you still have to ask if I agree. Just by you? Gong Ruse disdainfully glanced at Lin Don's doppelganger. The opponent's strength at the mid, or even late true saint level was indeed very strong, but it could not stop the sisters from killing. How long the four sisters had been together, even they did not remember. Anyway, at least 1,000,000 years to start. It could be said that they had already achieved the point of sharing the same mind. The cooperation in battle was even more tacit to the extreme. Furthermore, of the four, 2 were at the peak of the true saint level and 2 were at the late true saint level. Coupled with the tacit cooperation, as well as having lived for millions of years, they possessed many cards and means. As long as they didn't encounter a Saint King level powerhouse. Even if it was a half-step Saint King level, they were confident that they could maneuver around. Of course it's not me. My master teacher is here. Where is the chance for me to make a move? Lin Don laughed. The moment he saw these 4 old ladies, he knew. I was afraid that it would be difficult to win by merely using only true saint level battle power. Then, he would simply sacrifice his master esteem directly and exert his Saint King level strength to crush the other party. Master teacher? The 4 Gongru sisters, including the rest of the core of the 7-colored glazed sect, all shifted their gazes to the masked man beside Bailey Yanhong. They could sense that this person was not simple. However, they did not know the other party's specific strength. But if this person was this brat's master, to be able to cultivate such a strong person like Lin Dong, the strength must not be underestimated. All 4 Gongru sisters frowned. There were too many uncertainties if these 2 were master and disciple. They were also worried that if the masked man possessed the strength of a Saint King level, he could not be an opponent even if he used all of his cards and means. To be the master of a true saint level powerhouse, the possibility of being at the Saint King level was high. At this moment, Lin Don's doppelganger quickly came to Bailey Yanhong's side and grabbed her away from here. Later on, when the Saint King level strength of the main body erupted, Sister Hong's strength, which was not yet at the Saint realm, could not withstand it. After Lin Don's split body left with Bailey Yanhong, the main body did not give Gongrus a second chance. The main body did not give the Gongrus several people another chance to think. Lifting his right foot, he gently stomped down. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Immediately followed by click click. Several cracks appeared in the huge blue ice cube, which then turned into countless fragments that floated in the air. At the same time, what was inside was also exposed. Surprisingly, it was a long sword that was glowing with blue light. This action of Lin Dong had completely enraged the 4 Gongru sisters. The Ice Spirit Divine Sword absolutely could not be taken away by anyone else, otherwise the consequences would be very serious. The 4 sisters could not afford this responsibility. Bold. Unbridled. The 4 of them immediately rebuked loudly in anger. At the same time, their bodies had already disappeared in place and rushed towards the Ice Spirit Divine Sword, vowing to take the sword back. As the blue ice shattered and revealed the treasure inside, Lin Dong arrived in front of the blue long sword. At this moment, he did not expect it either. Inside the ice was actually a sword. This was the treasure that caused the miles of ice? It looked quite good on the outside. Unfortunately, it was still almost as good as his own evil breaking sword. After all, the evil breaking sword was something that came from the system. And Lin Dong had blind confidence in the system. With his right hand reaching out and holding the hilt of the sword, an extremely cold aura appeared, and before Lin Dong had time to react, he instantly became an ice sculpture. Watching Lin Dong being frozen by the cold aura emanating from the Ice Spirit Divine Sword, the four Gongru sisters revealed a smile. The Ice Spirit Divine Sword was a treasure. It was an object with a master. Other than its owner, no one could touch it or else it would be revolted. Ah! Bailey Yanhong in the distance covered her mouth and let out a cry of shock. She knew that the person who was frozen was Lin Dong's main body. This one beside her was only Lin Dong's doppelganger. Sister Hong does not need to worry. This means cannot trap my master. Lin Dong spoke out from the side to comfort him. The four Gongru sisters arrived outside the ice sculpture. Just the moment they reached out to touch the ice sculpture. Ka-ching ka-ching. Then, boom! A majestic aura erupted from the ice sculpture. It first shattered the ice sculpture. Then it continued to lift the four Gongru sisters out. While being lifted off, the four Gongru clan sisters all revealed horrified expressions. This was the aura that only the Saint King level possessed. The masked man was actually really a Saint King level. They did not have time to think too much and hurriedly cast their respective cards to ward off this unstoppable aura. Lin Dong's doppelganger had long been prepared and stood in front of Bailey Yanhong, fending off the aura released by her main body for her. Gongsun Shimeng and the other core of the seven-colored glazed sect, who were separated by a long distance, were also shaken. Luckily, they knew from the start that the strength of both sides in this battle reached the late True Saint level, or even stronger. The distance was far apart. Even so, the aura pressure of a Saint King level had also caused great damage to them, and this was still the result of Lin Dong not targeting them. The only ones he targeted were the four Gongru clan members. Otherwise, even if they were separated by such a long distance, the aura of a Saint King level was not something that a supreme level could resist. After the executives of the seven-colored glazed sect stabilized their bodies, one by one, they all looked at the masked man in the distance in shock. Too strong. So terrifying. Surprisingly, even the four supreme elders were lifted out. The most shocked among them was Gongsun Shimeng. She was well aware of Lin Dong's background. A kid who came from a low-level civilization, where did he get a master? This sudden appearance of a master teacher must be Lin Dong's special ability. Gongsun Shimeng had carefully observed the masked man. It was exactly the same figure as Lin Dong. If the mask was removed and changed into the same clothes as Lin Dong, would it be another Lin Dong? Gongsun Shimeng could understand that Lin Dong possessed some special means and abilities. After all, the universe was huge. Anything could happen. However, Lin Dong was actually not the rumored true saint level, but a Saint King level powerhouse. Gongsun Shimeng had difficulty accepting this for a while. After so many years of development in the Starry Void realm, there were only a few Saint King level in total? How long had Lin Dong come to the Starry Void realm? And he was at the Saint King level? Let alone a 7th level civilization. I am afraid that not even 8th level, 9th level, or even God level civilizations have this kind of demonic existence. Elder Red is truly blessed. Gongsun Shimeng thought with incomparable envy in his heart. Chapter 1060, Unreasonable. Ha ha. Good sword. Good sword. Although it is not as good as breaking evil, it is not bad either. What a good sword. Lin Dong's main body laughed out loud. The unrestrained laughter resounded through the clouds. The hint of Saint King level might carried in the laughter. It caused those who heard it to tremble. Lin Dong also did not expect this sword to be so extremely good. Especially the extremely cold chi contained within it. It was actually able to freeze him the moment he gripped the hilt of the sword without him reacting. The moment he was frozen, Lin Dong even felt that even his spiritual power had become sluggish. This was still an autonomous attack from the sword without its owner. If it was fully activated, I am afraid that even the colorless and invisible spiritual energy could be frozen. It's definitely a good thing that can't be beat. For old ladies with such a good treasure, actually burying it in the ground and not using it? Sick in the head. For a true saint level. With this sword, the strength will definitely be able to go up another notch. It's not impossible to fight at a higher level. Now it's a bargain for him. Is there any way to return a treasure that has fallen into one's hands? Of course not. Lin Dong thought silently in his heart as he held the sword. This sword would be his from now on. No one would be able to take it from his hands. The four Gongru sisters barely managed to withstand the aura that Lin Dong had erupted against them, and they all looked wasted. The Saint King level was indeed as terrifying as it was. The mere outbreak of their auras could leave the two peak True Saint levels and the two late True Saint levels defenseless. One had to use their bottom cards to defend themselves. The faces of all four were very ugly. The masked man's strength reaching the Saint King level had occurred to them as well. It was just that the Ice Spirit Divine Sword must not be lost. They had to get it back. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to account for it. Who exactly is Your Excellency? Since my seven-colored glazed sect was founded, I think I have definitely not offended any forces. Not only that, we also frequently send out disciples out for marriage, and we maintain a good relationship with all the major forces in the Starry Void realm. Which side of the force do you belong to? Perhaps there is still a not-so-shallow relationship between us. The Qianru clan, the first-ranked of the four great supreme elders, stepped forward and said. The other party possessed the strength of a Saint King level. It would be impossible to resolve today's matter by force. One could only start from other aspects to see if they could convince the other party to return the Ice Spirit Divine Sword. Lin Dong's main body did not reply. He was carefully observing the sword in his hands. The Lin Dong doppelganger in front of Bailey Yanhong took a step forward and said, You have offended me by punishing Sister Hong into the cold ice cave, not to mention that she has not made any mistakes. Even if she has, it is not something that you few old ladies can punish. Behind her, Bailey Yanhong's heart was shocked and at the same time, she was happy and touched. Lin Dong's strength reaching the Saint King level was really out of her expectation. However, it also allowed her to let go of the last trace of worry. No wonder he dared to enter the seven-colored glazed sect alone to save himself. It turned out that people had already prepared everything. Alas! I don't know how this kid cultivated. What has he experienced during this period of time? In just a few months, it accomplished the lifelong dream of countless people. Think back to the beginning. The first time the two met, the scene. Bailey Yanhong is still vivid in her mind. The first time they met, something like that happened. It led to her charming body being broken. At that time, she even had the heart to kill Lin Dong. What happened next was far beyond Bailey Yanhong's imagination. In order to control the charmed body, it was repeated again and again. And every time, Bailey Yanhong could feel that her spiritual power was rapidly increasing. From just resisting at the beginning to slowly letting go, accepting, and finally even starting to gradually enjoy the whole process. The charming body excitation had slowed down Bailey Yanhong's cultivation speed, but it had also allowed her to find a way to rapidly increase her spiritual energy. Perhaps it was due to Lin Dong's strength becoming stronger. Just now in the cold ice cave, her spiritual strength had surged by a large margin again. Bailey Yanhong believed she would definitely not stop before the Sage Realm. It would not take long for her to cross this hurdle with Lin Dong's help. It was only then that the four seven-colored glazed sect supreme elders noticed Lin Dong's title. He actually addressed Bailey Yanhong as Sister Hong? Could it be that he was not as old as Bailey Yanhong? This could not be possible, could it? Was there such a young true saint level? This fellow. Taoist. Little Red did indeed violate the clan rules before I punished her into the cold ice cave, and as her master, teaching her for so many years, I am heartbroken about this. Gongru spoke. Oh? Then you tell me, what mistake did Sister Hong make? Wasn't it because you were afraid of offending Shiman Fugue, a saint realm, that you punished Sister Hong into the cold ice cave? You are still looking for some trumped-up charges to place on Sister Hong's head. Lin Dong's doppelganger sneered. Joke. Shiman Fugue, a guy who has entered the sage realm for the first time, something like a mole cricket, do you think that our sisters would be afraid of him? Even if Shiman Shenghua came, he wouldn't dare to spread his wildness in the seven-colored glazed sect. The one who spoke this time was the Yu clan. Then why on earth did you punish Sister Hong into the cold ice cave? As the head of the previous seven holy maidens of the seven-colored glazed sect, the successor cultivated by the sect, Xiao Hong is not allowed to come into contact with any man. This has something to do with her physique. Once she comes into contact with a man, her physique will be destroyed, her speed of cultivation will drop drastically, and her talent will be reduced from the top level to that of a passerby, and this time, when she came back from the outside on a mission, she has already been destroyed, and she has failed the sex cultivation for so many years and wasted the sex resources, with no hope of becoming a saint. All that is why I punished her into the cold ice cave to face the wall. Gong Ru explained. If it wasn't for taking in the masked man's powerful strength, she wouldn't have explained so much at all. But nowadays, the potential person was strong. In front of the absolute strength of a Saint King level powerhouse, any means seemed so pale and powerless. One could only soften first and find a way to keep the Ice Spirit Divine Sword. It was worth it no matter what price was paid. After their sister's mission was completed, then they would seek revenge on these two masters and disciples. By then, the district is a Saint King level. After listening to Gong Ru's explanation, Lin Dong fell into a short silence. Wasn't the man who had broken Sister Hong's charming body himself? I did not expect that it would bring such a great disaster to Sister Hong. It was just that what happened in the first place. It was also not Lin Dong's fault. He could not control it either. Inexplicably, he had been pulled into a mental illusion. Lin Dong's doppelganger turned to look at Bailey Yanhong. He only saw that the other party had a flushed face and her gaze moved away, not daring to look at him. Continuing to turn around, he stared at Gong Ru's with unkind eyes and said in a cold voice, "Old woman, I have just said that even if Sister Hong is at fault, it is not for you and the others to punish." Fellow Taoist, you're being a bit too unreasonable when you say that, aren't you? Little Red is my disciple and an elder of the Seven-Colored Glazed Sect. Since she has accepted the cultivation of the sect, she should abide by the sect's rules, and if she makes a mistake, she should be punished by the sect's rules. Gong Ru frowned. I can't care about the other people of the Seven-Colored Glazed Sect, but if you want to punish Sister Hong, you just can't. I don't care if you're her master or whatever, you're her mother and you can't go against her wishes. You? Gong Ru's was choked speechless. If it was just Lin Dong alone, their sisters would naturally have already made their move to take down Lin Dong. However, this brat also had a master teacher watching from the side. Who dared to make a move? Chapter 1061 Dare to be Angry. Lin Dong's unreasonable remark. The four Gong Ru sisters were infuriated. There was an appearance of daring to speak out. On the contrary, it caused the group of core executives of the Seven-Colored Glazed Sect to be envious. To be able to become a senior member of the Seven-Colored Glazed Sect. The talent and appearance of these women were all top-notch in the Star Void realm. Even if most of them looked slightly older. Then they were also charming. It was not known how many times better than young, unintelligent little girls. As a woman, or a woman who is a little older. Who doesn't want a good home? If there is a man like Lin Dong. If there was a man like Lin Dong, he would have broken into the Seven-Colored Glazed Sect to pick them up. It was estimated that they could be woken up laughing in their sleep. Old woman. I'm not in the mood to nag you here, since Sister Hong has said that from today onwards, she is detached from your Seven-Colored Glazed Sect and will no longer be your disciple in the future. You should also stop bothering him, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Dong's doppelganger warned. Gong Ru's looked at the other three and saw that they all nodded slightly, so she returned, fellow Taoist, Little Red has grown up in the Seven-Colored Glazed Sect since she was a child, and growing up to this point I don't know how many resources have been consumed by the sect. Isn't it a little bit inappropriate for you to take her away just like that? Then what do you guys want? A fight? I can satisfy you guys with this request. Fellow Taoist's master is a Saint King level powerhouse, our sisters are naturally no match. Wouldn't that be enough? It's not like I can beat you guys. I'm going to take Sister Hong away today, so what can you do? Lin Dong's doppelganger sneered. Fellow Taoist can take Little Red away, but... Gong Ru's wanted to speak. But what? Lin Dong was curious. But the Ice Spirit Divine Sword must be left behind. This is my Seven-Colored Glazed Sect's treasure. It must not be taken away by you. I can satisfy you with all the other requirements. Gong Ru's words had just finished. A hoarse voice rang out. So this sword is called the Ice Spirit Divine Sword. Good name. Ha ha. Good name. The one who spoke was Lin Dong's original body. He had deliberately changed his vocal line. It sounded a little different from the doppelganger. Old woman, if you want to return the Ice Spirit Divine Sword, you will have to go and ask my master. I can't be the master when the item is in his hands, but I have to remind you first, there is no such thing as returning a treasure that has come into the hands of my master. You have to be mentally prepared for it. Lin Dong's doppelganger laughed. Gongru knew that the other party was perfunctory. However, there was nothing she could do about it. The importance of the Ice Spirit Divine Sword to their sisters was self-evident. She could only look towards Lin Dong's main body. "This lord, the Ice Spirit Divine Sword is my clan's town treasure, please return it to me, and if you have any other requests, our sisters will try to fulfill them." "You're not qualified to negotiate with me, didn't you hear what my disciple said? There is no reason to return a treasure that has reached me, and even if I have other demands, do I need to trade this sword for it? If you dare not agree, I will kill you all, how simple is that?" Lin Dong's main body replied in a hoarse voice. His words completely killed the Gongru sisters. The four of them could only stare dryly at Lin Dong essence. Their eyes were filled with this anger, but they could not do anything about it. If eyes could kill. Lin Dong did not know how many times he had already died. "What? You guys want to spar with me?" Lin Dong's main body looked at the angry gazes of several people and teased. "Your Excellency is joking, we would not dare. If you like the Ice Spirit Divine Sword, then take it away. Everything here, as long as you have something you like, you can take it away." The old 4th Yunru clan replied. The Ice Spirit Divine Sword had fallen into the hands of a Saint King level, so there was no other way but to admit it. One couldn't make the other party angry anymore. Otherwise, once the other party really made a move, the consequences would be unpredictable. Humph. Lin Dong's main body glanced at the four people disdainfully through his mask. If it was not for the sake of Sister Hong as well as Gongsun Jimeng, he would have struck out long ago to teach these old ladies a lesson. Things that were disrespectful for the old. As a master, instead of protecting his disciple, he helped others. "Disciple, let's go." "Yes, master." Lin Dong's bilocation replied respectfully. Lin Dong's main body took a step out and arrived beside the bilocation in Bailey Yanhong, casually tearing open the spatial crack and taking the lead. "Let's go." Sister Hong. The doppelganger finished and followed closely behind. Bailey Yanhong first glanced at the angry four Taishan elders, then had a look at Gongsun Jimeng and the other group of 7-colored glazed sect core executives in the distance. Without a word, she entered the spatial rift. From then on, she no longer belonged here. A place where she had lived for nearly 2,000 years. To say that there were no feelings at all would be a lie. The entire process was not considered fast. The Gongru sisters could only watch, holding a fire in their hearts, but did not dare to speak out to stop them, fearing that the other party would destroy them if they were unhappy. The anger of a Saint King level was not something that the current few could withstand. No matter how important the Ice Spirit Divine Sword was, it was not as important as a life. As long as the person was still alive and completed the mission, they still had a chance to turn over a new leaf. If they died, then everything would be over. The spatial rift closed. The four Gongru sisters looked at each other and turned into 4 rays of light, returning to the Forbidden Land. The arrival of the Saint King level and the seizure of the Ice Spirit Divine Sword made several people feel an intense crisis. Great chaos was coming to the Star Void realm. Some powerful people hidden in the shadows had come out. I'm afraid that it would be difficult for the 4 of them to defend themselves with just their strength. It was necessary to speed up the progress of the mission. After the 4 Supreme Elders left, only then did Gongsun Jimeng and a group of 7-colored glazed sex core executives let out a sigh of relief. They were still somewhat afraid that the Supreme Elders would take their anger out on themselves. Everyone landed their gazes on the place where Bailey Yanhong had left. Their eyes were filled with envy. Anyone could tell that Elder Red and that young true saint-level powerhouse had an unusual relationship. Who else would have risked so much to come to the rescue? And even invited his own master teacher out. Was a Saint King level powerhouse that easy to invite? Even a disciple was not that easy. The girls also roughly guessed Lin Dong's identity. It must be the true saint level powerhouse that had suddenly appeared in the central divine continent during this period of time. The fall of Shiman Fugue was probably his doing as well. The purpose was naturally to avenge Elder Hong. Everyone knew that Shiman Fugue had once lived in the 7-colored glazed sect for a period of time, and his target was Elder Red. And Shiman Fugue had moved in the VIP area. In the end, it was the Palace Ru clan's supreme elder who personally stepped in to settle the matter. Followed by a true saint-level powerhouse. There is also a Saint King level master. Elder Red is considered to have made it to the top. As a woman, who wouldn't want to find a strong enough backer? Everyone go back. Sovereign Gongsun Jiming said. Yes, Sovereign. After the group of senior officers replied, they each left. Gongsun Jiming also rushed over quickly in one direction. The destination was precisely the compound where Yun Shi and the others lived. She knew Lin Dong would definitely not leave after saving Elder Hong. He would definitely go to find Yun Shi and the others. Chapter 1062 Reunion. After Lin Dong's main body entered the spatial rift with his doppelganger and Bailey Yanhong, he directly tore through the heavy spatial barriers and arrived in the 8-dimensional space. This was a place that could only be reached by Saint King level. When they arrived in the 8-dimensional space, the doppelganger dissipated and the main body demasked. Sister Hong, let's go and pick up Yin Shi and the girls first, then we will leave this place. Lin Dong said. Humph. Bailey Yanhong nodded. There was no place for her to go in the future, so she could only follow Lin Dong. Wherever Lin Dong went, she would follow. However, there was still one more thing that Bailey Yanhong needed to do. That was to resolve the issue of her charming body. According to what Master Teacher had said, if the charming body came into contact with a man, it would not only injure her physique and reduce her from a genius to a passerby, but it would also suck the man dry. She and Lin Dong were only spiritually intertwined. There was no actual physical touch. Therefore, the situation of being sucked dry did not occur. If this problem was not solved, that is to say, she and Lin Dong could never. Thinking about this, Bailey Yanhong's face burned. There were some things that were tasteless. Spiritual fulfillment was not enough, she also wanted physical fulfillment. When a woman puts all her focus on a man, anything like reserve could be discarded. Lin Dong did not notice Bailey Yanhong's change as he brought Bailey Yanhong to the courtyard where Yun Shi and the others lived and tore through space to walk out. A group of women were gathering in the courtyard. The mighty pressure had just come. Everyone knew that something should have happened to the sect, and they didn't know exactly what the situation was. It was also not something they could ask about. One could only obediently stay here. There would be a chance to ask the master later. The sudden appearance of the spatial crack startled everyone. Huangfu Xia, Yi Qingdao, and Xiaomu, the three strongest ones, quickly stood at the front, protecting the others behind them. Their gazes were tightly fixed on the spatial crack in front of them. The three actually understood. Strong people who could tear through a spatial crack were at least at the eternal realm, wouldn't they be able to deal with them? The rest of the women were also nervous. In their hearts, they were afraid that the enemies of the seven-colored glazed sect would come to their door and capture them all. At that time, what if Lin Dong returned and could not find them? However, when everyone saw the person who walked out of the spatial crack, it instantly boiled over. Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong. Gongzi. Everyone screamed and reveled. Together, they surged to Lin Dong's side. Then mist surrounded their eyes, and soon tears fell barreling down. During this period of time, they had been very worried about Lin Dong. They were afraid that Lin Dong would have any accidents outside. Now that he had returned safely, the stone in everyone's hearts could finally fall. Everyone. I am sorry. I am late. Lin Dong said with a smile. His eyes were also a little cloudy. To say that there was anything else in this world that was worth holding onto for him, other than his great aunt and sister-in-law on Earth, it was only these people. What strength, identity, status, none of these mattered to Lin Dong. The reason why he was working hard to improve his strength, it was also to be able to protect those around him from harm. It's good to come back safely. It's good to be back safely. Yun Shi murmured as she hugged Lin Dong and crouched on his chest. Lin Dong touched Yun Shi's head and just quietly hugged her. Only a dozen seconds passed. Yun Shi then raised her head and looked at Lin Dong with red eyes before pushing him away. Although she had 1,000 words she wanted to say to Lin Dong right now, there were still so many people at the scene. Everyone was worried about Lin Dong. She could not be too selfish. As Yun Shi left Lin Dong's embrace, Lu Xiaoxiao dove in head first again. Oh. Brother Lin Dong, you didn't come back for so long, I thought something happened to you. Lu Xiaoxiao cried. It's okay. Xiao Xiao, don't cry, brother Lindong is so strong, how could something happen? You have to trust brother Lindong. Next, Lindong comforted everyone one by one. Sister Xian, I'm sorry. I made you worry. Zhao Xian shook her head while shedding tears one by one. Princess. You shouldn't have come here. Lindong, since this is my choice, I will never regret it. 19th Princess Xia Mu said seriously. Light dance. It's been hard on you. Your Excellency must not say that, we are all sisters and are helping each other. Finally, it was Huangfu Shiyu's turn. Shiyu. Thank you for protecting everyone. Lindong thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Huangfu Xiye's ability to take up the task of protecting everyone and teaching them after he had left had indeed made Lindong very grateful. Lindong, whatever you want to do, go ahead and do it. I have no way to help you, but I assure you that as long as I am around for a day, I will definitely not let everyone suffer. Huangfu Shiyu said calmly. She was considered the most calm one on the scene. Neither crying nor showing too much excitement. It was just the happiness in her eyes that still couldn't be concealed. Could it be that she wasn't excited? Naturally not. However, due to her personality, Huangfu Xiye could not show the exaggerated state of Lu Xiaoxiao. Although her words were not many. However, every single one of them spoke to Lindong's heart. Thank you. Lindong said as he stepped forward and gently wrapped his arms around the other party. Huangfu Xiye closed her eyes in enjoyment. This seemed to be the first time Lindong had taken the initiative. Only after everyone had slowly calmed down did they realize that there was another person who was looking at them with a smile on his face. Ah! Sister Hong, you were released by the sect? Sister Hong, you finally came out, it's really great. Sister Hong, I knew you would be fine. The crowd of women surrounded Bailey Yanhong again, chattering. They felt that today was the happiest day since they came to the Star Void realm. Not only had Lindong returned safely, even Sister Hong had been released. On this journey from the Milky Way galaxy to the Star Void realm, the relationship between Bailey Yanhong and the crowd was already very cordial. When she came to the seven-colored glazed sect, even if she herself entered the cold ice cave, she still had to arrange everyone properly. It was even more appreciated by everyone. Getting along between women was already very simple. Thank you all for your concern. I also did not expect that I could come out so quickly, thanks to Lindong. If not for him, I would still be in the cold ice cave. Bailey Yanhong said with a smile. Lindong, Sister Hong, it is so good that we are finally reunited again. I really hope that we will never be separated. Yunxi said happily. Don't worry. No one will be able to separate us in the future. Lindong touched Yunxi's head and replied in a doting manner. The crowd was next confiding something to Lindong and Bailey Yanhong. It did not take long. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door of the small courtyard sounded. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Sister Meng, please come in. Lindong greeted. Before Gongsun Jimeng had even reached here, Lindong had already sensed the other party's arrival. If the person who came was not Gongsun Jimeng, but someone else, Lindong would have already left with his people. Chapter 1063, Sparing No Costs. Gongsun Jimeng pushed the door open. Greetings, Master. Huangfu Shiyu was the first to bow respectfully. Greetings, Master. The other women also saluted. No need to be polite. I just came to meet you all for the last time, as your master teacher, but I don't have much time to teach you all, for which I'm also ashamed, but there's no way around it. Who let me be the sect leader of the seven-colored glazed sect? I need to coordinate all the affairs of the entire sect. I hope you guys don't mind. Gongsun Jimeng said with an apologetic face. She knew that Lindong would definitely come here to take these girls away. So she rushed over to say goodbye. After this separation, there was no telling when the next time they would meet would be. For these few girls, Gongsun Jimeng was still very fond of them. Master, don't say that, you are already very good to us. Yes. The kindness that Master Teacher has shown us, we will never forget it in this lifetime. You will always be our Master Teacher. At this time, Lindong also came forward and thanked Sister Meng. I thank you on behalf of Yunxi and the girls for taking care of them during this period of time. Lin Dong, these girls are my disciples, it is only right for me to do whatever I can, besides, I also like them very much. Gongsun Jimeng returned. No matter what. Sister Meng was able to lend me a helping hand in my most difficult time. I, Lin Dong, am not an ungrateful person and will definitely not forget it. In the future, if there is any need, just feel free to look for me and I will definitely do my best to help you. Lin Dong promised. Thank you. Gongsun Jimeng was also happy in his heart. Today's Lin Dong was not like back then. At that time, he was merely a youngster who had just entered the Eternal Realm. And now he was already at the Saint King level, becoming a man standing at the very top of the Star Void realm. To be able to obtain the promise of such a strong man. For Gongsun Jimeng, it was also a huge benefit. Especially since she still had to investigate the secrets of the 7-colored glazed sect's Forbidden Land. It would be even more necessary to have the help of a Saint King level like Lin Dong. Patriarch, I didn't lie to you. I said at the beginning that as long as you accept them, you will never regret it. Bailey Yanhong said with a smile. Indeed. Elder Red, it's a good thing I promised you, or else I would have regretted it now. Gongsun Jimeng also responded with a smile. Of course. If I hadn't been punished by the Gongru clan into the cold ice cave, I would have become their master myself and taught them personally, or else would it have been your turn? Then I'd like to thank Elder Red for giving me this opportunity. No need, no need. We two are no match for each other. Still counting on you to be sensible. The two had always been on good terms. In the past, when they were talking alone, they would make jokes. Even now that Bailey Yanhong had announced that she had broken away from the 7-colored continent, it still hadn't affected the relationship between them. While the crowd was chatting happily. The 7-colored glazed sect's Forbidden Land. The 4 Gongru sisters arrived in the cave under the Forbidden Land. As soon as they entered the place, the 4 of them sat on their knees at the same time and began to regulate their injuries. When Lin Dong had erupted his Saint King level aura, the 4 of them were almost on the verge of touching Lin Dong. At such a close distance, facing the outburst of a Saint King level powerhouse's aura directly, even the peak of the true Saint level was somewhat overwhelmed. The internal organs of all 4 were injured to varying degrees. Not long after, the Qianru clan and the Jade Ru clan, the 2 true Saint level peaks, were the first to wake up. PFFFF. The 2 spat out a mouthful of stasis blood almost simultaneously. After the bruised blood was spat out, they were finally able to control their injuries. Glancing at each other, both could see the fear in each other's eyes. A Saint King level powerhouse was truly terrifying as hell. Being at the peak of the true Saint level, they could not even resist the other party's erupting breath. Of course, there was also the case of Lin Dong targeting them that led to this. Being targeted by a Saint King level. The true Saint level was definitely not enough. If Lin Dong wanted to kill them, it would be an easy task. As the strongest battle force in the Star Void realm, Saint King levels were no joke. In their eyes, anyone below the Saint King level was an ant. The 2 late-stage true Saint rankers, Gongru clan and Yunru clan, still hadn't woken up. Their strength was relatively weaker. It would naturally take a little longer. The Qianru clan and the Yuru clan walked behind the 2 and healed their wounds. It didn't take long. Put. Gongru clan and Yunru clan also spat out a mouthful of bruised blood. All 4 of them stabilized their injuries. It was just that if they wanted to heal, I'm afraid it would take a little more effort and time. The Saint King level is too strong. There is absolutely no resistance at all. Yunru shook her head and sighed. That's for sure. Even in the ancient times when all the males were fighting for the deer, a Saint King level powerhouse was a vassal level figure on one side, not to mention this era nowadays. The Qianru clan responded. Retrograde. Disciple. The Gongru clan cursed in a low voice. All of this was caused by her after tracing the root cause. If she hadn't punished Bailey Yanhong into the cold ice cave, how would she have attracted a Saint King level powerhouse? Now it was good. Even the Ice Spirit Divine Sword was lost. Gongru still can't understand. Where did Bailey Yanhong know such a young true saint? It also drew out a Saint King level that was hiding in the shadows. Third sister, at first I advised you not to do that to Xiaohong, but you did not listen, although Xiaohong has a mistake, but it is also considered to make up for it. If she did not find another body of charm, we do not know when our mission will be completed. In order to find Little Red, we've gone through a lot of effort. Yu Ruse complained. I was also furious at the time. We spent so much time, so much energy and resources, and managed to cultivate Little Red to the late Supreme level, seeing that the Saint King level is expected, and the last step is about to be completed, but it turns out that once the charmed body breaks, we have to start all over again. Gongru retorted. But that wasn't Little Red's fault. Little Red is clearly still a virgin. It doesn't matter if it's hers or not, what matters is that the charmed body was broken on her, and she delayed us. Alright. Second sister, third sister, you two should stop arguing, it's better to discuss what to do next now. Yunru stopped it. All three of them turned their gazes towards the eldest sister, Qianru clan. What do you guys think? Qianru clan asked. At all costs, even if we have to perform forbidden techniques, we must help Chinga break through to the Sage Realm at the fastest speed possible. The three replied at the same time. The four had been together for millions of years, and had long since achieved a mutual understanding. On such an important matter, they were basically able to reach a unified opinion. Since you all think this way, I naturally won't object. Today's situation really isn't optimistic, so our next step is to first get well from our injuries. After all, casting forbidden arts is very harmful to us. Once we've recovered from our injuries, we'll cast forbidden arts and raise our strength for Chinga. Eldest sister Qianru clan clapped her hands and said, Yes, big sister. Chapter 1064 Future Plans. Lin Dong brought Bailey Yanhong and a group of women to bid farewell to Gongsun Jiming, tore through space, and left. With regards to having to leave the seven-colored glazed sect, Yun Shi and the others did not feel the slightest bit of reluctance. In their hearts, Lin Dong was everything. No matter where Lin Dong went, they were willing to follow. Even if there was hell ahead, they would not be afraid. What they were afraid of was Lin Dong leaving alone without them. Looking at the closing of the spatial crack, Gongsun Jiming's heart was filled with envy. Gongsun Jiming's heart was filled with envy, and at the same time, there was some melancholy. If possible. She also did not want to be this puppet sovereign. Unfortunately, she was different from Bailey Yanhong. Bailey Yanhong was brought back and raised by the Gongru clan's supreme elder since she was a child. She was a loner. Now the only tie that held her back, the Gongru clan's supreme elder had given up on her and was even trying to harm her. Of course she could drop everything and choose to leave without hesitation. But Gongsun Jiming couldn't. She still had her own family. The Gongsun clan was a large clan in the seven-colored glazed sect. The entire family's direct and collateral lines, up and down, added up to hundreds of thousands of people. All of them relied on Gongsun Jiming as the patriarch. Once she stepped down as the patriarch, the Gongsun family would also suffer a huge blow. At the very least, it would no longer be possible to occupy so many resources of the seven-colored glazed sect. Then she would also be criticized by the entire clan. As long as one lived in this world, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, the vast majority of people were not at liberty. Very few people were able to be free and do whatever they wanted. Even those few Saint King level powerhouses that stood at the very top were the same. Not to mention her, a mole cricket. Gongsun Jiming sighed. Then, she also turned around and quickly left. Since Lin Dong had promised that he would come to help him explore the secrets within the Forbidden Land, he would definitely come when he had freed up his hands. If Lin Dong was only at the true saint level, Gongsun Jiming was still a little worried. A Saint King level strength would be completely unnecessary. Even if the four Supreme Elders lived for a longer period of time and had more underhanded means, it was impossible for them to stop Lin Dong, a Saint King level powerhouse. In front of absolute strength, any plots and tricks would seem so pale and powerless. Lin Dong brought the crowd to the central divine continent and found a relatively remote small trade area to settle everyone there. With his half-step void god level strength. Along the way, with his mental power fully open, there was no one in the Star Void realm who could spy on him and track him without being detected. Hence, this place was absolutely safe. Lin Dong still had things to do next. Help the Su family resolve this life and death crisis. What he had promised the Su family, he would naturally fulfill. Not to mention that the Su family had done him a great favor. Without the Su family, Lin Dong's strength would not have risen so quickly. He could not possibly stand by and watch the Su family perish. If he was not afraid that if Yin Shi and the girls stayed in the seven-colored glazed sect, They might be discovered by those four old ladies. Lin Dong was still prepared to temporarily allow them to stay in the seven-colored glazed sect for a period of time. He would come back to pick up everyone after he had finished solving the Su family's troubles. However, after injuring a few old ladies, Lin Dong did not dare to leave Yanxi and the others behind. Even if the possibility of being discovered was very small, he did not dare to gamble. Without fear of 10,000, he was afraid of the eventuality. It was still safer to take them away. Lin Dong was also thinking about what his future path should be during this period of time. His strength had already reached the very top of the Star Void realm, and no one was his opponent anymore. However, his path in the Star Void realm had also come to an end. There was no way to update the system. Strength could not be raised either. If one wanted to continue moving forward, one had to travel to a higher level civilization. Only after coming into contact with an 8th or even 9th level civilization and inspiring a system update could one continue to break through the current bottleneck and reach the true divine Ming realm. However, with Lin Dong's character, it did not really want to go overboard in pursuing strength and status. Besides, it was inconvenient to bring along the crowd. By the time he reached the 8th or 9th level civilization, his strength would again be the bottom of the list of existences, and he would have to repeat the path he had just taken to the Star Void realm, putting himself and everyone else in danger again. This kind of thing, Lin Dong was not willing to do anymore. It was not every time that one was so lucky to meet a family like the Su family with full assistance. In case there was a slight discrepancy in the middle, it would be too late to regret. Therefore, Lin Dong thought about it. Lin Dong still felt that he would not go searching for a higher level civilization for the time being. He would first help the Su family to completely resolve their troubles. Then he started to collect the various resources that Yunxi and the girls needed for their cultivation. Once enough resources had been collected, he would return to Earth with everyone and live a secluded life. With Sister Hong teaching from the sidelines, and aided by the massive amount of resources, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to get everyone into the Eternal Realm. When they had lived long enough, they would then explore higher civilizations and look for the secrets of the system. There was an endless lifespan to support them anyway. It was fine to go whenever. However, there was still one more question: would Sister Hong be willing to follow her to Earth? After all, this was her hometown. Earth was a completely foreign place to her. If Sister Hong was unwilling to go, who would teach everyone? It was definitely not possible by himself. Don't look at him as strong as hell. He really can't teach others to cultivate. I'm afraid it's not as good as Huangfu Shiyu's girl. After settling everyone down, Lin Dong also said all of his thoughts and asked everyone's opinion. The result was naturally that no one objected. Everyone raised their hands and were very happy in favor of returning to Earth. After the incident where Lin Dong was in danger, everyone had experienced torment. None of them wanted to experience that feeling anymore either. Returning to Earth was quite good. Wasn't the purpose of their coming to the Star Void realm to be able to have a chance to break through to the Eternal Realm and be able to stay by Lin Dong's side all the time? If they were able to do so on Earth, why would they need to change to an unfamiliar environment? Not only would he be able to accompany his family, he would also be able to continue his cultivation and have Lin Dong around. It was simply the best of all three worlds. The crowd could not wait to return to Earth immediately. Everyone's reaction was actually expected by Lin Dong. The only thing that surprised him, it was that Bailey Yanhong also agreed without hesitation. In response, Lin Dong still decided to ask again. Before leaving, he called Bailey Yanhong out alone. The two of them arrived at a secluded mountain. Lin Dong was the first to speak. Sister Hong, we are going to return to Earth and return to our hometown, which is a completely unfamiliar place to you. If you do not want to go, we will not force you. You don't want me to go? Bailey Yanhong asked back. How could that be? Of course I want you to go back with us, Sister Hong. Yunxi and the others still need you to teach them. Don't look at me as strong now, but I don't know anything about teaching people to cultivate. Lin Dong smiled bitterly and returned. You want me to return to Earth with you just to let me teach them? No other ideas? Bailey Yanhong stared at Lin Dong and asked again. Lin Dong was momentarily speechless, not daring to look straight into the other party's eyes and not knowing how to answer. What could he say? Say that he wanted to develop further? The relationship with that bunch of girls hadn't even been dealt with yet. The two were silent like this for a while. Bailey Yanhong suddenly smiled and said, Lindong, in fact, I have no place to go. Since I was young, I was brought back to the seven-colored glazed sect by my master, growing up there, and the rules of the sect did not allow us to contact the outside world, and all the people we knew were from within the sect, and now that I have left the sect, there is no longer any place for me in the greatness of the starry void realm. Speaking at the end, Bailey Yanhong's tone became a bit low. Sister Hong, if you do not mind, Earth will be your hometown in the future. Lin Dong blurted out. Thank you. Chapter 1065 Law Enforcement Team Attacks. Central Divine Continent, Su Family. These days, the entire Su family was spending time in a tense atmosphere. As time passed, there were also more and more powerful people gathered around the Su family. Every member of the Su family understood. It was very close to the day when the Pang family would strike. But there was nothing they could do other than wait. The strength of the two families was completely not on the same level at one time. They could only watch as the Pang family sent more men to surround the Su family. The Pang family surrounded but did not attack. One was that old ancestor Pang Zhong had yet to take complete control of the Sacred Alliance, and was unable to free up his hands to deal with the three true saint levels of the Su family. The second was that he wanted to disintegrate the Su family's confidence and weaken the Su family's fighting strength. If they attacked directly, the Su family would inevitably fight back to the death. If the Pang family could win, they would also suffer heavy losses. If we take the siege approach, let the entire Su family permeate an atmosphere of despair. In this atmosphere, there will definitely be some psychological qualities that the Su family can't stand. The fact is also true. There were already Su family members who had begun to turn against them. Secretly leaving the Su family, contacting the Pang family's strongest members, willing to provide information on the Su family, only to survive. For this situation, the Pang family naturally begged for more. Anyone who betrayed the Su family was all accepted. And they promised that as long as the situation was true, they would be let go after exterminating the Su family. But whether it was a real or fake release was unknown. This move by the Pang family, it caused the Su family to begin to gradually disintegrate internally. It quickly lost more than 10% of its strength. It was at this point that the Su family reacted. It hastily convened an emergency meeting. True Saint level Elder Su Can personally came out to preside. Other than the other two True Saint level who had not yet recovered from their injuries, the other cores, all of them, attended. In the Su family's council chamber, looking at the crowd of Su family executives in front of him, Su Can's face was somewhat ugly. He didn't expect this to be the outcome. As a member of the Su family, after enjoying everything in the Su family, one had to live and die with the family, rather than thinking of betraying the family to make a living when things went wrong. For the side families to have such thoughts, Su Can could even barely understand. However, some of these traitors were actually the sons and daughters of the family's direct lineage, and even a very few of the family's top brass. It made it really a little difficult for Su Can to accept. What did this indicate? It showed that the Su family's cohesion was too poor. This old ancestor of his and all of the Su family executives were to blame. Su Can grimaced. Everyone here is the core layer of the Su family. I believe everyone knows about what happened in the family recently. As the Su family's old ancestor, I express that I am very chilled and humiliated. Why did it result in such an outcome? All of you sitting here should reflect on it. Old ancestor, I'm sorry. It's because of my poor leadership. I'm applying to resign from the position of family head. I hope that old ancestor will approve. Su Jingde, the Su family head, stood up and said with a guilty face. You're resigning from the position of family head? Su Can couldn't believe his ears. At this juncture, the Su family head was actually beating a retreat? Precisely. I still hope that old ancestor will fulfill my request. Su Jingde reconfirmed. There was nothing he could do. The Su family did not have a single chance of winning against the Pang family, and ultimately, there was only one outcome, and that was the extermination of the family. Once the Su family was overrun, the Sage Realm ancestor and the family head would almost certainly die. The others might still have a chance of survival if they surrendered. Even if they became slaves of the Pang family, they could at least live. The longer one lived, the more they feared death. Su Jingde was certainly no exception. He is very good. As the head of the Su family, you've done a great job. Su Can laughed coldly. Su Zhengde lowered his head and did not dare to speak. In order to have a slight chance of surviving, he was also giving it all up. Su Luan, get your ass out here. Su Can snapped. Old ancestor. False saint level powerhouse Su Luan stood up. This is the family head you chose? Retreating from the battlefield and being greedy and afraid of death. How can such a person take on this important role? Su Can almost growled as he questioned. I'm sorry, old ancestor, it's because I'm not a good monitor, please punish old ancestor. Su Luan was the saint realm of the Su family that was active outside. He would participate in all major family events. For Su Zhengde to become the Su family's family head, it was and needed his approval. Humph. I'll clean you up when the Pang family's affairs are over. It's time for the Su family to straighten things out. How can a family like this without a bit of cohesion stand up to the storm? Su Can's words had caused the hearts of the Su family executives present to freeze. Immediately afterward, a trace of joy appeared in their eyes. Everyone was repeatedly trying to figure out the meaning of the old ancestors' words in their hearts. Could it be that there was still hope for the Su family? However, even if they thought through their heads, they couldn't figure out where the Su family's hope came from. The enemy was the Pang family, one of the 6 top forces in the Star Void realm. Moreover, after Pang Zhong defeated Shen Yuanshou and became the leader of the Holy Alliance, the prestige of the Pang family has reached the point where it is as high as the sky. It was not too much to call it the number 1 force in the Star Void realm. Facing such a powerful family, the Su family was bound to die any way you looked at it. One by one, they looked towards Su Can. Their eyes were filled with questions. All of them were eager to ask the old ancestor. However, without waiting for them to make a sound, Su Can continued, since you want to resign the position of family head, then I will allow it, and in the future, the position of the Su family's family head will temporarily be held by Su Jingyuan. Thank you, old ancestor, for your trust. I will definitely do my best to lead the family to glory. Su Jingyuan stood up and assured. With regards to becoming the Su family's family head, he actually did not have such ambitions. It was only since the old ancestor had said it in front of so many people. He couldn't refuse and embarrass the old ancestor. Su Can nodded in satisfaction. Jingyuan, even though you have become the head of the family, you still have to take care of the matter of the treasure basin merchant firm first, cultivate Xueling as soon as possible, and when she is able to stand on her own, then hand over the treasure basin merchant firm to her to manage. There was a reason why he did this. Even if Su Jingyuan did not become the head of the Su family, Su Can was also prepared to hand over the treasure basin merchant firm to Su Xueling. The current treasure basin merchant company was no longer exclusive to the Su family. There was still a 45% stake in it for Lin Dong and his disciples. Su Xueling and Lin Dong had such a good relationship. Giving the treasure basin trading firm to Su Xueling for management was the most prudent method. Yes, old ancestor. Su Jingyuan replied respectfully. Thank you for your trust, old ancestor. Xueling will definitely not fail old ancestor's expectations. Su Xueling also stood up and replied back with slight excitement. The trio's conversation further made the sub-executives present feel that the Su family might have a chance. Otherwise, it was on the verge of extinction. How could they still have the heart to talk about this? Su Zhengde already had some remorse at this moment. He felt as if he had taken a wrong step. If the Su family really escaped this fate, then he would be in an awkward position. While the Su family's top management was in the middle of a meeting, a well-equipped fleet was rapidly approaching the Su family. On top of each ship, 2 large words were engraved. Law enforcement. Surprisingly, it was the Sacred Alliance's law enforcement team. This was the most elite unit of the Sacred Alliance. Chapter 1066, Having a Backhand. The Su family's council chamber. Old ancestor, do you mean that there is still hope for our Su family? Finally, a senior member of the Su family couldn't help but ask. Aside from Su Jingyuan and Su Xueling, everyone else present immediately cast gazes of expectation. It was a matter of themselves and their lives and deaths, so there was no way for them not to be concerned. The meaning of those words from old ancestor Su Can just now was clearly arranging the family's future affairs. If the Su family was extinguished, where to come after the matter? It means that the old ancestor still has a backhand. Everyone wanted the Su family to escape this, but no matter how much they thought, they couldn't figure out where the Su family's hope would come from. After all, the enemy was the #1 power in the Star Void realm. What? In your hearts, is the Su family dead? Without a shred of hope? Sukan calmly asked back. Elder ancestor, it's not that we want to think like this, but the enemy is too powerful. As the Su family, we naturally want the family to survive, but after thinking about it, we can't think of any way for the Su family to resist the Pang family. Yeah. Old ancestor. You can't blame us, the difference in strength between the enemy and us is too great, and we can only plan for the worst and survive with the family. Old ancestor, if you still have any backhanders, please tell us, so that everyone can have a mental picture. Those who betrayed the family, all the clansmen, they all chose this path only when they didn't have any hope. Even if there was a sliver of hope, I'm sure that they wouldn't have done so. The Su family executives opened their mouths to speak their thoughts. All right. You all don't have to defend those traitors, since they chose to betray the family at the most critical time for the family. They must be punished for treason. As for the backhand, we certainly have it, it's just that it's not time to make it public yet. All you need to know is that the Su family is far from being at the point of extinction, even if the enemy is the Pang family. Sukan said with a confident expression. Looking at Sukan's confident expression, the hearts of the group of Su family executives seated there were slightly relieved. It didn't matter if the old ancestor was telling the truth, or if it was to appease everyone. Being able to see a bit of light at the most desperate of times. At least it all gave them a glimmer of hope. Don't worry, old ancestor. We are bound to live and die together with the Su family. Su Jingyuan said loudly. Survive with the Su family. The voices of the others followed closely. Sukan nodded his head. The purpose of this meeting had been achieved. How long had it only been? Just 10% of the clan members had betrayed the clan and turned to the enemy. If we let it go unchecked, it wouldn't take long. Without the Pang family's action, the Su family would fall apart. The Pang family is really good at this. Surrounding without attacking. First, dismantled the Su family's power from the inside. When they finally make their move, they will be able to take down the Su family without much effort. Just at this time. Boom! The door to the council chamber was slammed open. A member of the Su family stumbled into the council chamber before stumbling and falling to the ground while shouting from his mouth. Old ancestor, family head, something big is wrong. What's so panicky? Stand up and speak. Sukan said with a frown. Only then did the Su family member who suddenly barged in struggle to stand up and continue in panic. Old ancestor, it's bad, there's a large number of enemies coming. How many people have come? Sukan thought that it was the Pang family that had increased their strength again. The exact number of people is still unclear, only a fleet has been seen rapidly approaching the Su family. Alright, I know, you go down first. Remember to knock on the door the next time you enter the council chamber. This time is a special period, so you won't be held accountable, do you hear me? Sukan said seriously. Not even knocking on the door. Just suddenly barged in, interrupting the meeting of all the Su family's top management. It was really too unruly. No matter what the big deal is, it shouldn't be like this. It seems like the Su family really needs a good reorganization. During this period of time, the Pang family had frequently dispatched additional manpower, and the Su family had already seen it as nothing strange. Sukan also did not take it to heart. Which knew that this Su family member who barged in added, old ancestor, the ones who came this time are not from the Pang family. Not the Pang family? Then who could it be? Sukan was a bit puzzled. Then he asked, who are the people coming? The Sacred Alliance law enforcement team. What? Hearing this name, all of the Su family's core executives present were all shocked. Including Sukan, a true saint-level old ancestor, was no exception. The Sacred Alliance law enforcement team was the elite of the entire Sacred Alliance. There were countless strong people among them. Even the Saint Realm had quite a few. How did they come to the Su family? Could it be Pang Zhong, the new Sacred Alliance League leader? It's quite possible. That means Pang Zhong has taken complete control of the Holy League? Otherwise, how could he order the law enforcement team? Where's the previous leader, Xian Yuan Shou? Why didn't he step in to stop it? with his prestige in the Holy Alliance. Even if Pang Zhong became the Sacred Alliance Master, it would be impossible for him to completely control the Sacred Alliance in such a short period of time. Are you sure that the people coming are the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team and that you have not misread them? Su Kan asked calmly. In fact, he was also very nervous in his heart. If it really was the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team, the Pang family would soon have to make their move. However, the Su family's only hope, Lin Dong, had yet to arrive. At this moment, Su Kan did not dare to show it like the others. Once even he showed a look of panic. The confidence that had just been built up for everyone would instantly collapse. The little cohesion that the Su family had managed to form would be wiped out again. Back to the old ancestor, it's certain that it's the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team, because on top of every ship, there are the two words law enforcement, which is exclusive to the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team, and the other forces wouldn't dare to use it at all. An affirmative answer was received. A shadow was cast over the hearts of everyone on the scene. The arrival of the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team signaled that the Pang family's move was imminent. Perhaps the Pang family's Saint King level elder, Pang Zhong, was among them. What could be done about this? Then everyone landed their eyes on Su Kan. Didn't the old ancestor just say that he still had a backhand? Being stared at by a group of core executives of the Su family, Su Kan could only stand up stiffly and say, "Everyone, don't worry too much, just do your own thing, leave the rest to me, the Su family will definitely not fall." Yes. Old ancestor. Jing Yuan and Shui Ling stay, everyone else go down. All of the Su family's executives left the council chamber one after another with heavy hearts. It was hard to say how much truth there was in what the old ancestor had said. It was just that right now, they had no other choice but to believe it. The council hall was soon left with only 3 people. Shui Ling, as you have heard, the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team is rapidly approaching, then the Pang family will soon make a move against us, you better contact Lin Dong. Let's see what he actually says. Su Kan said with a sigh. Placing the fate of the entire Su family on a young man he had just met not long ago. It was really not what he wished for. Yes, old ancestor. I understand, I will contact Lin Dong. Su Shuiling was also anxious in her heart. She believed that Lin Dong would definitely come. But what if he came late? Wouldn't the Su family be too wrong then? Chapter 1067, Bad Brains. Su Shuiling was about to contact Lin Dong after she had finished speaking. Regardless of whether Lin Dong was busy with his business and could come or not, he had to tell him about the incoming attack by the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team first. Moreover, even Pang Zhong was likely to come. Facing a Saint King level powerhouse, the Su family was powerless to fight back. Taking out her communicator, Su Shuiling thought about it and decided to send a message to Lin Dong first, and if the other party did not reply, before contacting him directly. The content of the message, she was making up and deleting it and making it up again, always unsure of what to say. Several times she was ready to send it. As a result, she changed it again. Su Kan looked at Su Shuiling's tangled look, so he nervously asked, "Shuiling, what's wrong? What did Lin Dong say?" He still did not know. Su Shuiling had not even sent out a single message until now. Beside him, Su Jingyuan also looked over nervously. Both of them understood. Lin Dong's reply represented the fate of the Su family. If he could come, the Su family still had a ray of hope. If they could not come, the Su family could only wait for death. Oh. That. Old ancestor, Lin Dong hasn't returned yet. Su Shuiling lied. The old ancestor's question also finally made her resolve and prepare to send the information to Lin Dong. However, right at this moment, a spatial crack suddenly appeared beside Su Shuiling. A figure walked out from within. It was none other than Lin Dong who had rushed over. After the conversation with Bailey Yanhong had ended, he had rushed non-stop towards the Su family. He also wanted to quickly resolve the Su family's troubles and return this favor before he could return to Earth with the crowd. The Star Void realm was not his hometown, and here, Lin Dong did not have the slightest sense of belonging. Even now that he had reached the half-step Void God level and had become the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm, he did not want to stay here. As he approached the Su family, Lin Dong could sense countless strong individuals surrounding the Su family. The higher dimensional spaces were all under surveillance as well. Of course, the 8-dimensional space where Lin Dong was located was a place that the Pang family could not monitor. At most, they could only monitor 7-dimensional space, preventing the 3 true saint-level powerhouses of the Su family from escaping. 8-dimensional space, on the other hand, was a place that only Saint King level could enter. The Pang family probably wouldn't have expected a Saint King level powerhouse to come here. Among these people, Lin Dong also sensed an unusually powerful aura. Saint King level powerhouse. It was still the best of the Saint King level powerhouses, at least at the late stage or even the peak. It must be Pang Zhong, the Saint King great ancestor of the Pang family and the new Sacred Alliance League leader. It seemed like the Pang family was preparing to make a move. Luckily, he had come in time. When Lin Dong arrived at the Su family, with a sweep of his spiritual energy, he found where Su Xueling and the others were and directly arrived at the Su family's council chamber. Su Can had been focusing his attention on Su Xueling. It was not until Lin Dong walked out of the spatial rift that he reacted to the fact that someone had arrived. At first, he was taken aback, thinking that it was someone from the Pang clan, or perhaps even Pang Zhong, a Saint King level. As a result, the moment he saw Lin Dong, immediately, the shock turned to joy. Su Can, who was about to greet Lin Dong, had not yet said anything. The next thing he saw was that in the spatial crack behind Lin Dong, another old man with a hunched back and a silver-colored mask walked out. After sensing the vastness of the masked man's aura, a wave of ecstasy instantly surged out of his heart and swept through his entire body. He guessed the identity of this masked old man. It must be Lin Dong's mysterious Saint King ranked master. A Saint King level had come to help. It finally gave Su Can hope. The masked man was naturally a doppelganger that Lin Dong had changed by performing the doppelganger technique after realizing that there was a Saint King level powerhouse in the Pang clan. At the same time, in order to avoid being suspected, he had also modified the appearance of the doppelganger a little. It made the doppelganger look like an old man. Moreover, this time, Lin Dong felt that 1 hour might not be quite enough and used several drops of essence blood. The doppelganger could exist for a full day. It was not until the two of them arrived at the council chamber that the spatial rift closed. Su Jingyuan and Su Xueling did not react until then. Xueling greets Mr. Lin is well. Su Xueling hurriedly saluted Lin Dong. I have seen you, Mr. Lin. Su Jingyuan also said respectfully. The two also saw the masked old man beside Lin Dong, although they had already roughly guessed the identity of the old man. However, without being certain, they also did not dare to greet each other freely for fear of offending the other party. It was said that many Saint King level powerhouses had rather strange personalities. There is no need to be polite, Miss Su and Governor Su. Lin Dong responded politely. Welcome fellow Taoist Lin to the Su family. Su Can also spoke. Fellow Taoist Su is polite. After greeting each other, only then did Su Can ask, fellow Taoist Lin, I wonder who this senior is? Fellow Taoist Su, let me introduce to you, this is my senior. His old man has been in seclusion for a long time, his temperament is rather withdrawn and his brain is not very good, please forgive him. Lin Dong casually introduced. So it is Mr. Lin's benefactor, Senior Su Can, meet Senior. Su Can immediately clasped his hands and bowed to the masked old man. Elder Su Xueling. Late Senior Su Jingyuan. Greetings, Senior. Su Xueling and Su Jingyuan followed suit and bowed. At the same time, all three of them pinched a sweat in their hearts for Lin Dong. Daring to say that one's master, a Saint King level powerhouse, was not in his right mind? It was probably the only one of its kind. Of course, they knew that it was definitely not the first time that Lin Dong had dared to say this, and it was mostly because he was used to joking around a lot. But that was after all a private matter. Now, in front of outsiders, he said that his master teacher's brain was not working well. To be honest, the three of them were still a little worried that this old man would suddenly rise up and give Lin Dong a slap on the face. Anyway, to put it another way, if they were Lin Dong's master elder, they would definitely do so. A master elder was a master elder. The respect that should be there must be there. Joking in private was fine, but daring to open up in front of outsiders was definitely not okay. Luckily, the trio's fears did not come to pass. The masked old man did not care about Lin Dong's words in the slightest, but instead said in a pale voice, there is no need to salute. This time, it was only after Donger's desperate plea that I agreed to come out and help you guys for once. Your Su family is smart enough to know to pull Donger on board and bind the interests of both sides together, but don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Starry Void realm in the future just because you have a backer. You have to speak the word of reason in everything. Yes, yes, yes. Senior is right, don't worry. Our Su family has always been honest and has never messed with others, in the past and in the future. Sukan hurriedly replied. His heart was already blossoming with joy. With the promise of a Saint King level, the Su family's hope of safely surviving this calamity was getting bigger and bigger. The masked old man stopped replying. Lin Dong said, Fellow Daoist Su, don't mind, my master, his old man is like this, he only speaks to the point and is not very willing to say more. How could I mind? It is an honor for the entire Su family for Senior to come and help the Su family, we are more than happy. After Sukan finished speaking, he turned his words around and continued, Fellow Daoist Lin, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that my Su family, which is so big, would be. Fellow Daoist Su doesn't have to be like this. Your Su family helped me, I will naturally help you, it's all mutual. Thanks. Thank you. Sukan said gratefully. Chapter 1068, Ready to Go. The arrival of Lin Dong and his master's esteem caused the hanging hearts of the three of them, Sukan, to finally drop. Although they did not know whether Lin Dong's master teacher could block Pang Zhong, the Sacred Alliance's leader who was in the middle of the day. However, as long as there was a Saint King level to help, the hope would be greatly increased. Without a Saint King level, the Su family did not even have a slightest chance. All that awaited them was extinction. Fellow Daoist Su, my master has limited time, so it is better to settle the matter as soon as possible. Lin Dong urged. For every hour that the split existed, a drop of essence blood would be consumed. It would be best if the trouble could be resolved as soon as possible. The remaining essence blood could still be retrieved at that time. It was shameful to waste it. Good. Fellow Daoist Lin and Senior, wait a moment, I'll gather everyone from the Su family and fight the Pang family to the death. Sukan immediately agreed. This was the Su family's only chance. It definitely had to be grasped firmly. Even if Lin Dong did not say anything, Sukan would also organize the family's forces as soon as possible to have a showdown with the Pang family. Instead of being besieged like this, the Su family would become disorganized. It was better to take the initiative. The arrival of Master Lin Dong gave Sukan a great deal of confidence. It was not that he had never seen a Saint King level powerhouse before. But Sukan felt that this old man's strength was definitely stronger than anything he had seen in the past, and had already reached a terrifying situation. It was truly something he had only seen in his life. Perhaps the Su family could really survive this crisis. Often, every crisis was accompanied by an opportunity. After this time, who would dare to spy on the Su family in the Star Void realm? Then in the coming chaos in the Star Void realm, the Su family will also be able to sit tight. Because they had already gotten through the crisis in advance. Xueling, you take Daoist Lin and Senior to rest for a moment, Jingyuan follow me out to gather everyone, this time, we'll take the initiative before the Pang family is ready, let them know that the Su family isn't made of clay. Yes, old ancestor. Su Xueling and Su Jingyuan replied excitedly at the same time. Su Xueling then left with Lin Dong and his detachment. Su Kan and Su Jingyuan then went forward to gather the Su family's strongest members. The two true saint-level old ancestors in the Su family's Forbidden Land received the news from Su Kan that a Saint King-level powerhouse had arrived to help the Su family through the crisis. Not caring about anything else, they directly stepped out of the Forbidden Land that they had not left for many years and came to pay homage to the Saint King-ranked adults. However, they were sent away by Lin Dong's doppelganger with a single word. However, this did not affect the mood of the two true saint levels, but instead made them even more excited and thrilled. It was normal for a Saint King level powerhouse to have a bit of a temper. This was only in line with the identity of a Saint King level adult. The Su family, which was originally dead, slowly became somewhat alive after Lin Dong's arrival. The three true saint level powerhouses all went out to gather all the powerhouses of the Su family to prepare for a fate-deciding battle with the Pang family. Outside the Su family, the Sacred Alliance enforcement team had already arrived. Also arriving was Pang Zhong, the Pang family's Saint King-ranked elder and the new Sacred Alliance master. As for the rest of the Pang family's powerhouses, they had all long been ready. In addition to the Pang family, Even further away, there were also the eyes of countless forces in the Star Void realm secretly watching. The significance of this battle was extraordinary. It would completely kick off the Star Void realm's great chaos. The fall of the Saint realm in front of it was nothing more than an appetizer. Pang Zhong, as the Sacred Alliance leader, had set an example, and the few other top powers that possessed Saint King levels would naturally follow suit. The great powers that had enough self-confidence wanted to expand their sphere of influence, obtain more resources, and strengthen themselves in the midst of the chaos. Those without strength, on the other hand, only wanted to protect themselves. Some of the smaller forces had already begun to contact each other, preparing to join forces in order to pass through the period of great chaos peacefully. From the moment Shiman Fugue fell and Pang Zhong became the Sacred Alliance League leader, the Star Void realm already had a bit of a stormy momentum. The two great clans, Pang Su, were consolidating their forces. The fact that Pang Zhong had brought the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team to help out was a shot in the arm for the Pang family. All the Pang family members were confident. Taking down the Su family was an inevitable outcome. What they were thinking about now was, could they exterminate the Su family at the cost of 0 losses? The clansmen on the Su family's side, after learning that there was a Saint King level helping them, all of them also revealed looks of surprise. They did not seek to defeat the Pang family. As long as they could hold out and not be exterminated, they would be fine. Or let the Pang clan know that they were bound to pay a huge price if they wanted to take down the Su clan, so that the Pang clan wouldn't dare to make a move easily. On top of a huge warship engraved with the word Pang, all of the core of the Pang family was gathered here. There were a full 4-bit true saint levels and nearly 10 pseudo-saint levels. There were even more at the Eternal Realm. This wasn't even the entirety of the Pang clan's strength. There was a portion that remained in the family. They were all waiting for the arrival of their own ancestors. Soon, a stout man walked in. It was none other than the Pang family's Saint King ranked old ancestor, Pang Zhong. Nowadays, he was also the new Sacred Alliance League leader. As soon as Pang Zhong came in, all of the Pang family's core immediately all stood up, bent their bodies, and excitedly shouted, "See you, old ancestor." Ignoring the crowd, Pang Zhong walked slowly all the way to the top of the main seat and sat down before lightly waving his hand and saying, "Be free." "Thank you, old ancestor." One by one, they replied before sitting down with excited expressions. In the Pang family, Pang Zhong was a godlike existence, possessing absolute authority. There was no one who dared to oppose what he said. Even if they were wrong, they had to follow them. All of you have worked hard after guarding here for so long. Back to old ancestor. To be able to offer a small contribution to the development of the family, as a member of the Pang family, this is our honor. The only that peak true saint level Pang family member replied loudly. This is our honor as a Pang family member. The rest of them followed suit. Pang Zhong nodded. Not bad. I feel gratified that you guys can have such an awareness. The Su family is only our first target. When we settle the Su family, we will quickly annex all of the Su family's industries and then move on to the next. The Pang family must occupy half of the Star Void realm in a short period of time. Pang Zhong said with a serious expression. Yes, old ancestor. The core of the Pang family replied in unison. Later on, I will step in and take care of those 3 true saint levels of the Su family, the rest will be left to you all. Make sure to take down the Su family at the lowest possible cost, and the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team will be assisting you from the sidelines as well. Understood. If there are no questions, then follow me on my journey. This battle is the first battle for my Pang family to bear its fangs. It must be fought beautifully to let all the forces see how powerful the Pang family is. It is of great significance for the future expansion of the Pang family. It must not be lost. Pang Zhong finished speaking and took the lead to walk in front. The rest of the Pang family core followed behind respectfully. All of the Pang family members were then ordered to shrink the encirclement and prepare to strike, taking down the Su family in one fell swoop. As long as they could exterminate the Su family intact and with 0 losses, then the Pang family's road to expansion would be much smoother. Even such a powerful family as the Su family was easily destroyed. Who would dare to resist the Pang family? Chapter 1069 Moment of Life and Death. On the other side, above the Su family square, Su Ken was also mobilizing the Su clan. All clansmen, this is a battle of life and death for our Sioux family, everyone must go all out. I know that you must feel in your hearts that the enemy is very powerful and that the Sioux family doesn't stand a chance, but I'm going to tell you right now that we, the Sioux family, have a chance because we've also enlisted the help of a sacred king-ranked lord, and the Pang family isn't afraid of chipping off his teeth if they want to eat us. Chip off the big teeth of these bastards of the Pang family. Chip off the teeth of these bastards of the Pang family. Chop off the teeth of these bastards from the Pang family. All the members of the Sioux family shouted loudly at the top of their voices. They had been held back for too long. During this time of being surrounded by the Pang family, an aura of despair permeated the entire Sioux family. If the Pang family attacked, everyone could still fight to the death. But the Pang family had preferred to surround but not attack. As time passes, those who did not have enough mental quality would slowly collapse under this aura of despair. It was actually understandable that many members of the Sioux family couldn't bear it and ended up collapsing. The mobilization was not yet over. A figure in the sky came at great speed. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Just as he landed, this person said loudly in panic, "Old ancestor, it's bad, the Pang family is tightening their encirclement, it looks like they're going to make a move against us." His voice also caused the people above the square to panic. The slogans were shouted loudly. But when it really came to the moment of the great battle, not many people could achieve the determination to die generously. Su Kan, on the other hand, frowned. Originally, he wanted to catch the Pang family off guard, but he didn't realize that the other party was already prepared. There was no way out of this, it could only be done the hard way. It was up to Lin Dong's master. If his old man could withstand Pang Zhong's words, together with Lin Dong, who was not weak at the true Sate level, the 4 true Sate level powerhouses of the Sioux family would still have a fighting chance. If they could not withstand it, everything was off the table. There is no need to panic. They came at the right time, I was about to look for them. Su Kan said angrily. At this moment, a muffled voice came from the distance. Sioux family, bind your hands and surrender. You don't have a chance, hand over everything and become my Pang family slaves from now on, I can spare your lives, otherwise, kill without pardon. When the last 3 words were said, a cold killing intent instantly struck, permeating to the entire Sioux family. The killing intent of Pang Zhong, a Saint King level powerhouse, directly gave the Sioux family a penetrating chill. The vast majority of people had a look of fear in their eyes. With their little strength, how could they withstand the killing intent of a Saint King level? Su Kan did not answer. Pang Zhong, a Saint King level, had come. The only one who had a chance to resist. Only Lin Dong's master teacher. Lin Dong was waiting in the Sioux clan's VIP room, bored and waiting for the great battle to begin. Su Shuiling had been accompanying him. However, seeing Lin Dong's absent-minded appearance, she did not bother. Since Lin Dong had told Su Kan that he wished to settle things quickly. A full 3 hours had already passed. Could Lin Dong not be anxious? That was 3 drops of essence blood. It would be wasted just like that. No matter how strong his body was and how much essence blood he had, he could not hold up to such a wasteful method. He was tempted to put away the split body. But what if Pang Zhong suddenly attacked? If the doppelganger couldn't be summoned in time, he could only expose the strength of the main body. How would he explain to Su Shuiling and the others at that time? Lin Dong did not wish to carry the charge of being a liar. At that time, even if people did not dare to say it on their lips, they would still think nonsense in their hearts. Miss Su, didn't that your family's old ancestor say that he would immediately gather all the strength of the Su family to fight the Pang family to the death? This has passed 3 hours, why is there still no news? Lin Dong finally could not help but ask. Mr. Lin, the Su family has a large number of people, it still takes a little time, so don't worry. The old ancestor will definitely be the first to inform you in senior after he has definitely made preparations. Su Shuiling replied respectfully. That? Miss Su, I don't care, but my senior has limited time, can you rush your family's old ancestor so that he can hurry up? Otherwise, if his old man gets angry and leaves in a while, I won't be able to persuade him to come back. Ah. Lin. Mr. Lin, you wait a moment, I will immediately contact the old ancestor and ask him to hurry up. Su Shuiling was instantly shocked in her heart when she heard that Lin Dong's master ancestor was leaving. This old man was the hope of all Su family members, he could not leave. If his old man left, wouldn't the Su family be completely finished? Su Xueling panicked and was about to get up and go out to look for the old ancestor. Pang Zhong's voice was already resounding over the Su family. Su family, gird your loins. You don't have a chance, hand over everything and become my Pang family slaves from now on. I can spare your lives, otherwise, kill without pardon. Hearing this voice, Lin Dong's heart was delighted. Coming to life. In order to act realistically, he shouted, Old man, it's your turn. Adverse disciple. Can't you speak properly? An old voice came from the next room. Boom! A loud bang followed. The doppelganger had already rushed out. Lin Dong hurriedly brought Su Xueling to follow. Above the Su High Square. Not long after Pang Zhong's words, he finished speaking. A figure rushed up from the Su family complex to the sky. At this moment, Lin Dong's doppelganger was still bent over, hunched over, wearing a silver mask, and holding a long sword that emitted a blue halo. That sword was not a mortal object at a glance. It was precisely the Ice Spirit Divine Sword that Lin Dong had taken away from the seven-colored glazed sect. Lin Dong's doppelganger stood in the sky above the Su clan, emitting an aura of a Saint King level and fending off Pang Zhong's killing intent. The appearance of the doppelganger also caused the spirits of all the Su family members in the square to tremble. They tilted their heads incredulously, looking at the hunched figure in the sky. The old ancestor was right. He had really invited a Saint King level powerhouse. The Su family hadn't reached the end of their rope yet. At this moment, the Su family's hearts were lit up with boundless hope. Su Can stared tightly at Lin Dong's doppelganger, knowing that now was not the time to be happy. There were also strengths and weaknesses at the Saint King level. If this senior was merely at the early or middle stage of the Saint King level, then he would definitely not be a match for Pang Zhong. This was not what Su Can was most worried about. If Lin Dong Sr. could firmly stand on the side of the Su clan and was bound to survive with the Su clan, even if he could not defeat Pang Zhong would also have to weigh the pros and cons and would not dare to take things too far. After all, it wasn't like he could kill the other party at the same Saint King level. A Saint King ranked powerhouse, eyeing in the shadows, the Pang family wouldn't be able to have a good time either. This was the reason why having Saint King level powerhouses was able to live in peace and work together to become the topmost power in the Star Void realm. It was too difficult for a Saint King rank to kill a Saint King rank. Even if a peak Saint King level wanted to kill an early Saint King level, it would require the right time, place, and people to make it possible. Otherwise, don't even think about it. What Su Can was really worried about was that after the senior learned about Pang Zhong's strength, as well as the identity of the Sacred Alliance League leader, he would disregard the Su family's life and death and directly leave with Lin Dong. Then the Su family would die just as surely. It was the next moment of life and death for the Su family. Chapter 1070, Despise. In the sky above the Su clan, Lin Dong's doppelganger was holding the Ice Spirit Divine Sword, looking at the huge warship that was approaching in the distance. It directly chopped out with a sword. A blue light with an extremely cold aura broke through the air. Wherever it passed, it was as if even space was frozen. The Su family members in the plaza only felt a coldness come over them, causing them to shiver. Good guts. Pang Zhong's voice was heard from above the Su family's warship. Immediately afterward, a white light flashed and collided with the blue light. However, the imagined explosion did not appear. The white light was unexpectedly frozen when it came into contact with the blue light. Even the attack of an old ancestor could be frozen? The Pang family members on top of the warship were dumbfounded. Where the blue light collided with the white light, a giant lump of ice appeared. It quickly smashed towards the Pang family's warship. The ice heap was even larger than the warship. If it was smashed, the consequences could be imagined. Ha! Interesting. Pang Zhong's voice once again came from the warship. The giant pile of ice looked like it was about to smash on top of the warship, but it suddenly stopped advancing, as if it was blocked by something. Then, bang! There was a loud bang. The ice heap shattered. It turned into countless ice slags, as if they were snowflakes, and sprinkled onto the ground. The scene was silent. Regardless of whether it was the Pang family or the Su family, they all looked dumbfounded. Su Can laughed bitterly in his heart. Saint King level powerhouses were indeed as terrifying as they were. That blue and white attack just now. He wouldn't be able to receive any of them. He would be injured when touched. Moreover, he was still seriously injured. This is the power of the Saint King level. The true Saint level was not an enemy at all and did not even have the qualifications to intervene. Lin Dong did not continue to attack. In fact, he was also startled. The power of the Ice Spirit Divine Sword was beyond imagination. A random strike could cause such a great destructive force. It was somewhat two extremes from the evil breaking sword. One was a low-temperature frostbite and the other was a high-temperature burn. However, the sharpness of the evil breaking sword was not comparable to the Ice Spirit Excalibur. After all, it was a divine weapon that had been called by the system, a divine weapon that could cut down everything in the world. From a certain point of view, as long as the person using the evil breaking sword was strong enough, there was nothing it couldn't cut. The Ice Spirit Divine Sword was no exception. There was no need to worry about injuring the evil breaker sword itself. The Pang clan's warship continued to advance. In a short while, it arrived over the Su family and was separated from Lin Dong's doppelganger. There was also a fleet following behind. It was none other than the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team. Pang Zhong stepped out from the warship with a group of Pang clan corps following closely behind. From the strike just now, he knew that the person who had struck was powerful, and he was afraid that he was the best of the Saint King level. Facing his Saint King level, he would only be able to deal with it if he personally made a move. Anyone else going would be sending them to their deaths. At this moment, Pang Zhong was puzzled in his mind. Where did the Su family find such a powerful Saint King rank? They would never have a Saint King ranked ancestor. Otherwise, it would be impossible to wait until now to appear. Pang Zhong could also be certain. This person was not any Saint King rank he knew. So that meant that the other party had been hiding in the darkness of the Star Void realm, and this was perhaps the first time he had made an appearance, so he shouldn't know his identity yet. The Su family members above the square all revealed looks of surprise. Just now, everyone could see that it was their side that had the upper hand. The person invited by the old ancestor was too powerful. The Su family was saved. Pang Zhong came to the front of the warship with his eyes fixed on Lin Dong's doppelganger. Unfortunately, Lin Dong's doppelganger was wearing a mask. It prevented him from seeing his true face. Then Pang Zhong dropped his gaze on the blue longsword again. He could sense the extraordinary nature of this sword. Even from a long distance away, he could still feel the ice-cold and bone-piercing extreme cold aura. "Who is your excellency? Why are you blocking my Pang clan's path?" Pang Zhong asked out loud. "I don't care which path you all want to take and I can't care about it, but you can't take the Su clan's path." Lin Dong's doppelganger replied in a pale voice. "The Su clan is my Pang clan's first target and must not be allowed to fail, otherwise how can we take the road behind us? I said that this path is not possible. With me here, you guys can't get through. Your excellency is sure you want to go against my Pang family? Get one thing straight, you guys are the ones who came looking for trouble, not me taking the initiative." Looking at the other party's oily and salty demeanor, Pang Zhong was ready to change his mindset. If it still didn't make sense, then there was no choice but to make a move. Even if he was stopped from making a move, the remaining forces of the Pang family, along with the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team, would be able to take care of the Su family. It was only that it would cause a bit of damage. Anyway, no matter what, the Su family had to be taken down. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss of face. The Pang family had prepared for so long. And under the watchful eyes of countless forces in the Star Void realm, they're just leaving in disgrace. In the future, what face will you have to gain a foothold in the Astral Void realm? How would one have the face to continue serving as the Sacred Alliance's alliance leader? Your Excellency should have only recently appeared in the world, right? Pang Zhong asked. So what if it is? Lin Dong's doppelganger returned still calmly. Then did the Su family tell you that this seed has just defeated the previous Sacred Alliance Master Xian Yuansho and has become the new Sacred Alliance Master, controlling the strongest elite team in the Starry Void realm, and that with a single word, he can decide the life and death of countless forces, so do you still want to continue to help the Su family and go against me? These words came out. The Su family members above the square all raised their hearts to their throats. They were afraid that this powerful helper would take in Pang Zhong's identity and strength and choose to leave the Su family behind. The possibility of this situation was high. After all, not everyone was willing to make an enemy of the Sacred Alliance League leader, the current #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm. Including Su Kan, he was also nervous. The situation he was most worried about had still happened. Pang Zhong wanted to utilize his identity to deter Lin Dong's master. Just as the Su family members were tensing their nerves, a voice broke into their ears. "Old man, what are you wasting words with him? Just do it directly and be done with it, grinding like a pussy." The one who spoke was none other than Lin Dong's main body. Together with Su Shuiling, he stood not far behind the doppelganger. "Adverse disciple, can't you speak properly to your master? So many outsiders are present, would it kill you to give face and call out master?" The bilocation said angrily. Okay. I'll give you face, master, go ahead and fight. I'm still waiting for a good show. A Saint King level fight is not something that is easy to see." Lin Dong's main body continued. Fight. All you know is fighting all day long. You want to tire out my old bones, why don't you come and try it yourself? Is the peak of the Saint King level something that anyone can fight? You've said it's the peak of the Saint King level, how can this amount of my strength be enough? It's better for you to go yourself. I'll just watch the show. You know you don't have enough strength, so why don't you still cultivate properly? Always thinking of being lazy. I say, old man, I've given you face, don't give me an inch. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? You're not wimping out, are you? If you can't beat me, I won't look down on you. Lin Dong's tone was thick with contempt. I'm wimpy? I can't beat him? You asshole kid, give me a good look, humph. The doppelganger immediately quit. It was as if being despised by his own disciple was something that was hard for him to accept. Chapter 1071, Peak Showdown. The dialogue between the master and disciple was filled with magic. It directly subverted the perceptions of everyone present. A Saint King level master teacher was not only called an old man by his own disciple, but also had to give face to be called master teacher, and in the end, was even despised? This master teacher was also too suffocating, right? Key that was a Saint King level It was already in existence that was the ceiling of the Star Void realm's battle power. In the eyes of a disciple, was it that unbearable? If it were them, they would have slapped him on the face. What is the point of having such a rebellious disciple? Even if the relationship between master and disciple was good, it couldn't be as good as this, right? Even the most basic respect is gone. Instead, the master was at the mercy of his disciple. A Saint King level master teacher, when it comes to this, there is no one else. Not to mention the Star Void realm. Even if you count the entire universe, I'm afraid it's one of a kind. It didn't matter if it was the Pang family or the Su family. Each and every one of them looked at the two masters and disciples. They all felt confused. Unbelievable. Unheard of. Unbelievable. And with such an obvious provocation, the other party really fell for it. I'm afraid he's not a senile old man. Su Shuiling stood beside Lin Dong. With every word that Lin Dong said, she had to break a sweat for him. Several times, she could not help but open her mouth to persuade the other party. Where would a disciple talk to his master like this? This master was still a Saint King level. If others had such a master who stood at the top of the Star Void realm, they would still serve him respectfully at all times. Where was he like Lin Dong? Not caring and respecting at all. Su Shuiling could not understand Lin Dong's approach. Or rather, she could not understand the relationship between this master and disciple. Pang Zhong stood opposite Lin Dong's doppelganger without any expression on his face. His mind was not focused on the things that these people were thinking about, but rather, there were more important things that were worth thinking about. The other party actually knew that his strength was at the peak of the Saint King level. A very casual sentence. In it, however, a lot of information was revealed. Where did one know this from? Other than the remaining 5 Saint King ranks known to the Star Void realm, no one knew the secret. Since he knew that he was the peak of the Saint King rank, he still dared to make a move to stop him. It proved that one was not afraid of a peak Saint King rank powerhouse. Does it mean that the other party also has the strength of a peak Saint King level? Where exactly did this old man come from? Some Saint King level powerhouses hidden in the shadows of the Star Void realm were actually traceable. Pang Zhong thought for a moment. There didn't seem to be such a character. The other party was likely an old monster who had lived for a long time. After the magical dialogue between the master and disciple ended, the Su family members were thrilled and excited. It was because they knew that this Saint King level lord would not abandon the Su family and leave. My disciple has said that he wants us to fight to show him, if you don't leave, I'm going to make a move. Lin Dong's doppelganger looked at Pang Zhong in the distance and said, good thing too. Let this seat see what you are capable of, daring to be so arrogant in front of this seat. Pang Zhong was not afraid in the slightest. So what if the other party was an old monster who had long since stepped into the peak of the Saint King level? As long as one dragged him down, the Pang clan and the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team would be able to solve the Su clan just as well by joining forces. There were countless pairs of eyes watching outside. No matter what, Pang Zhong would not back down. Take down the Su family in today's battle. Only in the future would the Pang family's position be unbreakable. The Star Void realm's heyday had arrived. Whatever bulls and devils are hiding in the shadows have come out. We must bring out our strongest strength. Deter the curmudgeons. Since this is the case, then let's battle. After Lin Dong's doppelganger finished speaking, his originally bent and hunched figure slowly stood up straight as his right hand lifted, and the Ice Spirit Divine Sword pointed straight at Pang Zhong. At the same time, the breath in his body erupted. It was like a storm that swept through the heaven and earth. The Su family crowd on the ground, below the Saint Realm, were all pressed to the ground by this aura. Only the Saint Realm could barely stand. This was still the result of not being targeted. Pang Zhong's eyes narrowed. It really was the peak of the Saint King realm. No wonder he dared to act recklessly in front of himself. He wasn't willing to lag behind either. The same peak Saint King level aura erupted. The core of the Su family behind him had already retreated far away. The two peak Saint King level auras rubbed and collided in the air. The static electricity generated was more powerful than even lightning. Ka-ching! 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 Wild wind and lightning formed around the two. An apocalyptic scene. It hadn't even begun to move. Just the collision of breaths. It made everyone feel what despair was. Even true saint-level powerhouses felt fear in their hearts and had an urge to flee the place. The Saint King level was already in existence they couldn't match. Not to mention the peak of the Saint King level. Lin Dong's main body protected Su Xueling behind him and was not affected in any way. He was a half-step void god level. It had already surpassed the peak of the Saint King level, although it was only half a level beyond. But the level was already completely different. Half-step void god level was half a foot into the realm of god level. The doppelganger had also suppressed its strength. Otherwise, Pang Zhong would have already begged for mercy on his knees. Lin Dong did not want to be too noticeable on one hand, and on the other hand, he wanted to practice with Pang Zhong to increase his combat experience a little. The strongest in the Star Void realm was the peak of the Saint King level. Trying to find a half-step void god level to fight was probably impossible. One could only settle for the second best. Under such a great pressure. Apart from Lin Dong's main body and Su Xueling who was being protected by him, almost everyone could not open their eyes. Suddenly, when everyone felt the pressure on their bodies being swept away, they all knew that the two Saint King levels had made their move. Hurriedly, they opened their eyes and looked into the air. Lin Dong's doppelganger and Pang Zhong had already disappeared. Only a huge black hole appeared in the sky. The terrifying pressure emanating from the black hole. Not to mention those below the Saint realm, even those at the true Saint level felt their scalps tingle. The black hole was a channel that directly connected to 8-dimensional space. Only the pressure in 8-dimensional space was this strong. A true Saint-level powerhouse entering the 8-dimensional space wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure inside. The two Saint King levels had actually used to simultaneously strike through several spatial barriers to form the black hole. This was not at all the same level as tearing through space and creating spatial cracks. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises began to continuously emanate from the black hole. It was clearly the start of the battle inside. At the scene, only Lindong's main body was able to look through the black hole and see the situation inside clearly. Of course, he did not need to look. This was because the doppelganger that was fighting Pang Zhong was also being controlled by him. The peak of the Saint King level was worthy of being the strongest battle force in the Star Void realm. A random strike, when placed outside, had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. If one was fighting in three-dimensional space, a few hits would be able to smash the entire central divine continent into pieces. The huge black hole was also seen by the eyes of the major powers hidden in the distance. Everyone still didn't understand what was going on. How did the wind and lightning suddenly go wild and even the black hole appeared? From a long distance away, they could also feel the terror of the black hole. Looking in the distance, in the sky above the Su family, a large black hole was like a giant mouth that was going to swallow up everything around it. Looking at it made one's heart fearful. Chapter 1072, Facing a Choice. The black hole was slowly shrinking. Ping ping bang bang. The sound of collision inside was still coming out. Lindong's doppelganger had suppressed his realm to the peak of the Saint King level and was on the same level as Pang Zhong. In a short period of time, neither of them could deal with the other. The doppelganger might be able to gain a slight upper hand, but that was all. Without bringing out half-step void god level strength, one could not win against Pang Zhong. He wanted to use Pang Zhong as a whetstone. For the time being, he definitely wouldn't use his full strength. And Pang Zhong's purpose was simple. Just stall the other party. Leave the rest to the rest of the Pang family and the Sacred Alliance enforcement team. By the time they get out, the Su family should already be gone. As far as the Su family is concerned, the only ones who can come up with anything are three true saints. With two of them still injured, how could they possibly resist the Pang family and the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team? Above the Su family, calmness was restored after the black hole completely disappeared. However, a solemn aura spread out again. The Pang family knew what the old ancestor meant. As long as the old ancestor chose to make a move, it showed the determination to take down the Su family. They needed to exterminate the Su family with a thunderous force while the old ancestor blocked the other Saint King level. Rumble. The warship carried all the Pang family's strongest members as it approached the Su family. The Sacred Alliance law enforcement team was also following behind. Su Kan obviously knew what the other party meant as well. He looked at the huge warships that kept approaching and roared, "Su family members, follow me to meet the battle." Battle, 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 battle. All the Su family members roared fervently. There were no Saint King level powerhouses involved. There was still a battle to be fought. Previously, the entire Su family was desperate, and that was because the intimidating power of a Saint King rank was too strong. Plus, Pang Zhong had become the Sacred Alliance League leader again. There was no second way for the Su family to go other than being exterminated. Now Pang Zhong, a Saint King level, was blocked from participating in the battle. If the Pang family wanted to easily exterminate the Su family would not agree. As long as there was a little hope, none of them would give up. Above the square, first, three figures rushed out to confront the Pang family, precisely the three true saint-level powerhouses of the Su family. Then countless figures rose up into the air and came behind the three Su Kan. The Pang family executives on top of the warship unconsciously frowned as they looked at the Su family members with red eyes and crazy expressions one by one. They knew that this battle could definitely be won. But it would also require a great price to be paid. The Pang family's original plan was: the old ancestor would make a move to kill Su Kan and the other three true saint levels, completely shattering the Su family's confidence, and then they would be able to take down the Su family without any effort. How could I have known that the Su family would find an existence that could withstand the old ancestor? Now there was no choice but to play hardball. It was good that the old ancestor had brought the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team. It should be possible to reduce some losses. Su Kan, I don't know how you invited a Saint King level powerhouse, but if you think that you can save your Su family, it's too naive. The extinction of the Su family will completely kick off the prelude of the Star Void realm's heyday. This is the general trend and no one can stop it. Pang Long, a true saint-level powerhouse of the Pang clan, said. Pang Long, without further ado, if your Pang family wants to take advantage of my Su family, you must be prepared to have your teeth chipped. My Su family has no cowards, nor is it a generation that is greedy and afraid of death. Sukin shouted back. The Su family members behind him immediately followed. Not afraid of death. Not afraid of death. Not afraid of death. Facing the Su family members who were as imposing as rainbows, each one of them looked like they had been pumped with chicken blood. Some of the strongest members of the Pang family were already cowed. As the saying goes, the barefoot is not afraid of the shoe wearer. Once the enemy came to battle with the determination of not being afraid of death. Even if their strength was much higher than the other party, their hands would be tied in battle. Lin Dong's main body also came to the forefront at this time and stood together with his Sukin trio. 4 true saint level. The Pang clan felt tricky. Brother Lin, words of thanks are not much to say. We remember your kindness. As long as my Su family can survive this calamity, it will be written into the Su family genealogy for the Su family to remember forever. Sukin solemnly said to Lin Dong. Brother Su need not be polite. I, Lin Dong, am not an ungrateful person. The Su family helped me before. Now that the Su family is in trouble, how can I stand by and watch? Lin Dong replied casually. Sukin did not continue, but turned to look at the Su family crowd. From today onwards, Lin Dong is the most honored guest of my Su family. Seeing him is like seeing me. Whoever dares to disrespect him, even if they discuss it in private, as long as I know about it, they will be expelled from the family immediately and will not be tolerated. Good day, Lord Lin. All the Su family members shouted. Where would they dare to disrespect Lin Dong? Not to mention Lin Dong's true saint level strength and that Saint King level master. That was the person who had given the Su family hope. Su Shueling stood in the crowd. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Lin Dong was the first person she had met and had established a good relationship all the way to the present. Without the help of Lin Dong and his master, I am afraid that the Su family would have been exterminated. The two opposing parties were facing each other. The Pang family clearly held this absolute upper hand. However, the Su family, which was weak, was instead in high spirits while the Pang family was silent. Captain Meng. The old ancestor should have given you guys a mission. Pang Long suddenly asked aloud. Pang Long, don't worry. We will naturally carry out the orders of the Alliance Master with all our might. A voice came from the rear fleet. Having received the affirmation of the Sacred Alliance's enforcement team leader, Pang Long also became confident. That's good. Everyone in the Pang family, listen to my orders, take down the Su family, and from now on, the Star Void realm will be honored by my Pang family. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone of the Su family, these bastards of the Pang family want to trample on our homeland and make us slaves. What do we say, everyone? Sukin asked loudly. War, war, war. The two great clans were about to go to war. Lin Dong was in a deep tangle. In fact, he should expose his strength at this time to stop this battle from happening. It was really going to be a fight. Both sides were going to suffer heavy losses. The Pang family ostensibly already had 4 true saint-ranked powerhouses, plus the members of the Sacred Alliance's law enforcement team. Their strength far exceeded that of the Su family. The Su family, on the other hand, was weak, but possessed the determination to die with the enemy. Once the war started, a whole bunch of people from the Saint realm would fall, not to mention the others. If he himself only brought out his strength at the late true Saint level, he would not be able to sway the battle. Lin Dong did not care about the deaths of the Pang family. However, if the Su family suffered too many deaths and injuries, it would not be easy to explain in case his secret was exposed one day. The battle in the split was intense. Pang Zhong was worthy of being at the peak of the Saint King level. The bilocation that suppressed his strength unexpectedly could not gain any advantage. However, this was just what Lin Dong wanted, since he wanted to accumulate battle experience. Of course, the longer the battle, the better. Lin Dong now had only 2 options. Either let the 2 clans go to war and watch the Su clan die and suffer heavy casualties. Either he should at least expose his Saint King level strength and stop the battle from happening. But if he exposed it, he would inevitably make people suspicious. Alas! Not a good choice. Just as Lin Dong was in a dilemma, the 2 clans had already begun to move. The 3 true saint levels of the Su family beside Lin Dong were the first to rush out. 4 silhouettes also rushed out from above the Pang family's warship. At this moment, Lin Dong finally made up his mind. In the end, he was unable to do so and watch the Su family die and be injured. The Su family had done him a great favor anyways. It could only be exposed. Lin Dong sighed helplessly in his heart. Chapter 1073, Pang Zhong's Ambition. Lin Dong was preparing to release his Saint King level aura. Suddenly, he sensed a strong person approaching. This was? He hurriedly looked in one direction. An aura of a Saint King level powerhouse instantly enveloped the entire area. The 7 true saint ranks that had just rushed out also stopped themselves. Because of this aura, they felt a strong sense of crisis and fear. The entire scene was silent. At this moment, an old man appeared in the middle of the 2 camps of Pang Su. Lin Dong looked at the other party. Late Saint King level. And he should be about to break through to the peak of the Saint King level. Of such a strong person, there should only be one person among the known Saint King levels in the Star Void realm. That would be the previous Sacred Alliance Master, Xian Yuan Shou. An old man who was respected by all the forces in the Star Void realm. After being defeated by Pang Zhong, he stepped down from the position of Sacred Alliance Master. Xian Yuan Shou had always made it his duty to maintain peace in the Star Void realm. With him around, one did not need to be exposed after all. Lin Dong secretly rejoiced in his heart. Lin Dong was not the only one who rejoiced in his heart. Everyone in the Su family was excited to the extreme. Xian Yuanshou was the previous Sacred Alliance League leader, the person with the highest prestige in the Star Void realm, and what he hated the most was a large-scale war within the Star Void realm. Now his old man had appeared. It was no longer possible for the Pang family's wolfish ambition to eat the Su family to be realized. "See you, Alliance Master Xian Yuan." The head of the Su Can trio first clasped their fists and said respectfully, "Greetings, Allied Lord Xian Yuan." The Su family members shouted at the same time. Xian Yuanshou waved his hand as a response to the Su family members. Then he turned around a bit and faced the Pang family. "The 4 true saint levels of the Pang family looked at me and I looked at you, a little nervous, not knowing how to face this old man. If it was before, they would have made the same move as the Su family. But now, Xian Yuanshou was no longer the Sacred Alliance League leader. The Sacred Alliance Lord of the Pang family's old man. The Pang family naturally wouldn't do this. Otherwise wouldn't they be slapping their own faces? Xian Yuanshou, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, our old ancestor is here as well. If you dare to mess around, his old man won't let you go. If the old ancestor can defeat you once, he can defeat you a second time." A true saint level of the Pang clan shivered and said, "Pa." His words had just finished. The entire person flew out. This scene also caused everyone present to be taken aback. Only after the person who spoke stabilized his body did everyone realize that there was a deep 5-finger print on his face. Obviously, he had been viciously wheeled around and slapped. You. This person pointed at Xian Yuanshou, unable to say a complete sentence. That slap just now had confused him. A true saint level. And now he was aggrieved like a small child. The rest of the Pang family members were all too scared to speak. Before being defeated by their old ancestor, this old man in front of them was the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm. At this time, a group of warriors wearing armor engraved with the word law enforcement came down from the fleet and walked to the front, kneeling down on one knee towards Xian Yuanshou and respectfully shouting, "See you, Alliance Lord." At the forefront of these people was none other than Sacred Alliance Law Enforcement Team Leader Meng Qing, a peak true saint level existence. Behind him, there were likewise several true saint level, as well as a dozen pseudo saint level. No wonder it was said that the Sacred Alliance Law Enforcement Team was the most elite force of the Sacred Alliance. Even Pang Zhong had to pay attention to it. After becoming the new Sacred Alliance Alliance Master, the first thing he wanted to subdue was the law enforcement team. This force was completely capable of sweeping away any of the forces outside of the 6 top forces in the Star Void realm. "Meng Qing, you want to aid and abet the enemy as well?" These were the first words Xian Yuanshou said. "Back to the ally, you are not in the Sacred Alliance." Meng Qing also had no choice. Under Pang Zhong's forceful suppression, everyone in the Sacred Alliance has already succumbed to him. "I'm not afraid of death, but I can't just ignore the deaths of this group of brothers. I ask for your forgiveness, ally." The leader of the law enforcement team, Meng Qing, replied. "Alas! Pang Zhong, this person is ambitious. He wants to unify the Star Void realm and gather all the chi of the Star Void realm to impact the legendary realm under these prosperous times. By doing this, he is going to make the Star Void realm suffer. Xian Yuanshou shook his head inside. These words were not only heard by the Pang Su Tu families. The surrounding eyes of the major powers of the Star Void realm who were secretly watching the battle also heard it. All of them revealed unbelievable expressions. Pang Zhong wanted to unify the Star Void realm? Gathering all of the Star Void realm's chi and impacting the realm after the same king level? This was heavenly news. It had to be spread back to the clan as soon as possible. Pang Zhong's ambition was so great. No wonder he wanted to make the Star Void realm chaotic 7 times. Only when it was in chaos would he have a chance to unify the Star Void realm. For their part, the Pang family members each hated to break this old man Xian Yuanshou into pieces. The words he said were simply trying to push the Pang family to the opposite side of all the forces in the Starry Void realm. His heart was execrable. Lin Dong also drifted off. At first, he had felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Pang Zhong was at the same king level, standing at the very top of the Starry Void realm, so how could he care about such trivial matters as the Treasure Basin Merchant Company? It turned out that he wanted to use this as a way to completely trigger chaos in the Starry Void realm. Then when the time was almost up, he would make his move to integrate all the forces of the Star Void realm. But would this be enough to impact a higher realm? Lin Dong still did not quite understand. He did not realize. To impact the Divine Ming realm, one needed the power of faith. Pang Zhong was already at the peak of the Saint King level. If he wanted to go further, it would be necessary to collect the power of faith from the Star Void realm. The only way to do so was to become the god in the hearts of everyone in the Star Void realm. After unifying the Star Void realm, Pang Zhong's next step was to build statues of himself in all the corners of the Star Void realm for the world to worship. In this way, he would collect the power of faith and break through the Sage Unit. I implore Alliance Master to return and regain control of the Sacred Alliance. Meng Qiang shouted. I implore the Alliance Lord to return and regain control of the Sacred Alliance. The rest of the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team followed suit. I implore Alliance leader Xian Yuan to return to the Sacred Alliance, regain control of the world, and return peace to the Star Void realm. Su Kan changed his statement and shouted. I implore Alliance leader Xian Yuan to return to the Sacred Alliance, regain control of the world, and return peace to the Star Void realm. The Su family members naturally supported their own ancestor. Everyone please be quiet and listen to me. The moment Xian Yuanshou's words came out, there was present silence in the scene. Everyone. I understand everyone's meaning, but nowadays, I no longer have the ability to fill the position of Alliance leader. Before the words were finished, there were immediately people who disagreed. Alliance leader Xian Yuan, we only recognize you, no one else will get our approval. This voice was not spoken by someone from the 2 Pang Su clans, it came from outside. It represented the other forces watching the battle in the Star Void realm. Someone took the lead. Then more people followed. Right. We only recognize Alliance leader Xian Yuan and no one else. Pang Zhong is ambitious and only thinks about his own interests. What qualifications does he have to be the Sacred Alliance Master? What we need is a selfless person like Alliance Master Xian Yuan. Agreed. Agreed. Our Su family also agrees. Su Chan took over and roared. He couldn't wait for the Pang family to become the public enemy of the Star Void realm. Chapter 1074, No Comparison. Su Kan was echoing the views of the other forces in favor of Xian Yuanshou continuing as the Sacred Alliance League leader. The rest of the Su family, naturally, would not be left behind. Thus, the entire room resounded in support of Xian Yuanshou. In this way, the Pang family members' faces became even more ugly. They knew that if they let things go on, the Pang family would inevitably become the public enemy of the Star Void realm. One-on-one, the Pang family wasn't afraid of any power. But if all the forces in the Star Void realm were to unite, where would the Pang family be a match? Outnumbered. Once the old ancestor is restrained like today, then the Pang family would be in danger. Pang Long finally couldn't help but speak. Everyone, don't listen to the rumors. My Pang family definitely has no ambition to unify the Star Void realm. it's this old man Shen Yuansho who is saying these things because he has a grudge after being defeated by my family's old ancestor and kicked out of the Sacred Alliance League leader's position. We only want to get back what belongs to us." His words were immediately countered by Su Kan. "Take back what is ours. It's simply a big joke. Is the Treasure Basin Merchant Company owned by your Pang family? That was developed by my Su family through generations of hard work. Even if we borrowed your Pang family's power in the process, we paid enough every year. How did it become your Pang family's thing?" Alliance Master Xianyuan is right. I think you guys are just wolves. Su Kan. Don't you confuse me here. From the very beginning, your Su family was a subsidiary family of my Pang family. Everything you have now is given by my Pang family. Now that you've hardened your wings, you want to break away from the Pang family, where in the world is such a good thing? A bunch of nonsense. I admit that the Su family borrowed your power, but without your Pang family, we wouldn't be too bad just the same. Had we known that your Pang family's ambitions were so great, we wouldn't have said anything to have any connection with you. The two of them exchanged curses. Both were righting the wrongs of their clans. Frankly speaking, it wasn't really easy to judge who was right and who was wrong in this matter. The Treasure Basin Merchant Company had been able to grow to its current size, becoming one of the 5 largest merchant companies in the Central Divine Continent and ranking in the top 3, possessing inexhaustible wealth and resources. Among them were the results of the Su family's good management and hard work, as well as the results of the Pang family's old ancestor, Pang Zhong's intimidating power. Both were indispensable. It was actually a win-win situation. Nay, now that the benefits were unevenly distributed, the two sides fell out. Naturally, it was whoever had the bigger fist who got more benefits. What the other forces of the Star Void realm cared about was also not the two great clans of Pang Su, who would have the last laugh. What they were concerned about was whether or not what Shen Yuansho said was true. Did Pang Zhong have the ambition to unify the Star Void realm or not? If there was, then they must unite and strangle the Pang family's ambitions in the cradle. Never give the Pang family the chance to break them down one by one. If not, they wouldn't care about the Su family either. When Pang Long was arguing with Su Kan, inadvertently, he quietly took out the family token and crushed it. This was a token left behind by Pang Zhong that could only be used when the Pang family was in a great crisis. Once it was used, as long as Pang Zhong was within the range of the Star Void realm, he would be able to sense it. Xian Yuansho appeared. It left the Pang family facing a dangerous situation. With him around, the Sacred Alliance enforcement team would definitely not help the Pang family anymore. It had even stood against the Pang family. With just this amount of strength that the Pang family had sent out, it was already completely impossible to face the joint efforts of the Su family and the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team. Not to mention the fact that there was a Saint King level watching from the sidelines. The plan had failed this time. The matter was also beyond Pang Lon's ability. One could only ask the old ancestor to hurry back and deal with it. One could not continue to let Shen Yuansho's nonsense continue. Otherwise, the Pang family would truly become a street rat and everyone would be shouting at them. In the 8-dimensional space. Ping ping bang bang. Lin Dong was holding the Ice Spirit Divine Sword. Pang Zhong, on the other hand, was holding a two-handed heavy sword. The two fought until they were in full swing. Neither one was able to deal with the other. Lin Dong's exposed strength was that much higher than Pang Zhong. However, he was inexperienced in combat and could only fight a draw with his opponent. Pang Zhong was also shocked at the strength of Lin Dong's doppelganger. A strange old man who suddenly appeared was so strong. Just how many other old monsters were hidden in the Star Void realm? I'm afraid that this was not a legacy of the last Shangshi. It seems that we have to hurry up. It was imperative to finalize everything before all of these old monsters had come out. Otherwise things would be difficult. Suddenly, Pang Zhong's mind moved. Someone from the clan had crushed the token. He thought it was the end of the battle in the outside world and that the Pang clan had exterminated the Su clan. He laughed out loud on the spot. Ha ha ha. This extermination of the Su family would completely kick off the Star Void realm's great chaos. The extermination of the Su family wasn't just to get the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, that was just for the outside world. The real purpose was to start this and break the rules set by Shen Yuansho. To expose the ambitions of all the forces in the Star Void realm. The more chaos in the Star Void realm, the more favorable it would be for the Pang family. Shen Yuansho's words were not wrong. Pang Zhong was not satisfied with the strength of the peak of the same king level. He wanted to go even further and step into the realm of the legendary gods, igniting the divine fire and achieving the undying god. Wanting to achieve this step, it wasn't something that could be achieved just by relying on one's own efforts and talent. It also required the aid of a special kind of thing. That was the power of faith. And in order to obtain the power of faith, one must become the god in the hearts of all humans in the Star Void realm. Divine Brightness Realm. Divine Brightness Realm. As the name implied, it was the gods in the hearts of humans. Defeating Xin Yuanshou, a late-stage true saint level, gave Pang Zhong the capital to be proud and confident. At one point, he thought that he was the only peak saint king level in the Star Void realm. However, he didn't expect it. This pride and confidence hadn't lasted long. It was shattered by this strange old man in front of him. Pang Zhong suddenly laughed out loud during the battle. Instead, it caused Lin Dong to be somewhat baffled. Old immortal, the Su family you guarded has already been exterminated. Do you still want to fight me here? We have similar strengths. If we continue to fight, the end result will be that no one can help anyone. You'd better go out and take a look. Ha ha ha, said Pang Zhong with a big smile. Lin Dong heard this. He was directly speechless. This fellow could not be crazy. His main body was still outside. The situation was clearly unfavorable for the Pang family when the previous Sacred Alliance Master Xin Yuanshou appeared. Where did Pang Zhong get the news of the Su family's extermination? Aren't you rejoicing too early? Are you sure the news you got is true? Why is it different from the news I got? Lin Dong continuously returned 3 questions to Pang Zhong. Then he confused Pang Zhong. It was only then that he remembered. The token that he had left behind could only be used when the Pang family was facing a huge crisis. If it was a victory, there was no need to crush the token. Could it be that the Pang family is in danger? Pang Zhong's eyes glared as his power exploded to the extreme. With all his strength, he slashed out towards Lin Dong's doppelganger. The doppelganger was naturally not afraid. Utilizing the evil breaking sword technique, the sword was swung out. Ding! The swords collided. An ear-piercing impact sound was produced. The dazzling light made the dark 8-dimensional space as if it was daytime in an instant. At the location where the swords collided, a black hole the size of a grain of rice appeared. This strike from the two actually pierced through the barrier of 8-dimensional space. Although it was only a small dot, it was also enough to prove the power of this strike. Chapter 1075 Special Ceremony. After the all-out strike, Pang Zhong did not pursue. Instead, he directly exited the 8-dimensional space. He was now going to see what was going on in the outside world. Lin Dong saw Pang Zhong leave. Naturally, he followed him out as well. The two of them appeared above the Su clan almost simultaneously. Their position was not very far from Xin Yuanshou, who was in the middle of the two camps. Pang Zhong swept around with his gaze. It wasn't quite the same as he had imagined. The two clans had yet to go to war. His gaze finally landed on Xin Yuanshou. A realization dawned in his mind. So it was this guy who had come. No wonder the fight didn't start. Where there was Xin Yuanshou, the likelihood of a war was very small. Old ancestor. Old ancestor. The Pang family members revealed their surprise. Their own old ancestor had come and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The Su family members also let go of their hearts when they saw that Lin Dong's doppelganger had returned safely. Pang Long, what happened? Pang Zhong asked out loud. Even though he had already guessed what was going on in his mind, he still asked. Pang Long stepped forward and respectfully replied, back to old ancestor. When we were about to make our move, Xin Yuanshou appeared and stopped the battle. Not only that, he also groped you in front of all the forces in the entire Star Void realm, saying that you were ambitious and wanted to unify the Star Void realm as a way to impact a higher realm. Oh? Did he really say that? 1,000 times true. Pang Long doesn't dare to lie. Alliance Master Xian Yuan, that's a bit unorthodox of you. When you were the Alliance Master, I didn't talk bad about you behind your back, and I've always supported your work, so how is it that as soon as I came here, you started groping my image indiscriminately? What did I, Pang Zhong, do to offend you? It wasn't that I had to be this alliance leader in the first place, but rather you completely disregarded the offer of our several vice alliance leaders, which can't be blamed on us. Pang Zhong said sarcastically with a leathery smile. Pang Zhong. Whether I groped you or not, you know clearly in your own heart what kind of heart you're resting on. Others may not know, but I know exactly. It's just that at first I didn't expect you to have broken through to the peak of the Sane King level, and I didn't react for a moment, or else I said that I wouldn't have ceded the position of alliance leader to you. Xian Yuanshou expressionlessly returned. Xian Yuanshou. I'll honor you with the title of Alliance Master Xian Yuan, but don't be too reckless. The position of Alliance Master isn't something you can just say no to. Wait until you become the peak of the Saint King level before you say that. Pang Zhong, I admit that your natural talent is unrivaled, but your virtue is not worthy of the position, and you only think about how to improve yourself. Even if your plan succeeds, you won't have the approval of everyone in the Starry Void Realm, and without that approval, where will the power of faith come from? Don't let the basket hit the water when the time comes. Xian Yuanshou told the secret in Pang Zhong's heart. Shut up! Pang Zhong yelled, directly interrupting Xian Yuanshou's words. Xian Yuanshou. I do things, I don't need you to teach me, mind your own business. Don't rely on your old age, otherwise. Don't blame me for being a junior. Pang Zhong said angrily. Lin Dong was listening on the sidelines in a clouded state. What plan, what recognition, what power of faith? It was completely confusing. After thinking for a while, Lin Dong did not bother to continue thinking. No matter what plan he had, it could all be broken with a single force. In front of absolute strength, everything is in vain. Lin Dong was not the only one who could not understand. No one else could understand it either. They are not strong enough. The strongest of them were only at the true saint level. The power of faith was something that was only used and touched at the peak of the Saint King level. If Xian Yuanshou broke through to the peak of the Saint King level, with the prestige he had accumulated in the Star Void realm over the years, he would already be able to build statues and collect the power of faith in various places. The late Saint King level, however, was not yet able to do so. With your strength at the peak of the Saint King level, you're not qualified enough to shut me up. Xian Yuanshou was not the least bit afraid of the other party's threat. Is that so? I didn't enjoy myself last time. Today I'll let you know what it means to be strong. Pang Zhong's heart was already ablaze with boundless fury. Originally, he had wanted to complete his plan without God realizing it. As a result, Xian Yuanshou's words directly exposed everything. It would be even more difficult to implement it in the future. How could Pang Zhong not be angry? He already had murderous intent towards Xian Yuanshou. However, Pang Zhong knew that he couldn't kill the other party. Even so, he had to teach Xian Yuanshou a lesson and let this old man know that there were some things that could not be said indiscriminately. Xian Yuanshou had yet to reply. Lin Dong's doppelganger spoke first. We haven't finished our fight yet. You are about to change your opponent, have you gone through me? Lin Dong's long sword pointed straight at Pang Zhong. An extremely cold aura filled the entire arena. The appearance of the coldness also caused Pang Zhong to temporarily calm down. Almost forgetting. There was another old monster here whose strength was on par with his. If it really came down to a fight, with 1 against 2, he wouldn't be able to take any advantage. He can't fight. Leaving just like that would be even more unwilling. Pang Zhong was caught in a dilemma. When Lin Dong's doppelganger and Pang Zhong appeared together, Xian Yuanshou had been secretly observing him. However, due to the fact that Lin Dong's doppelganger was wearing a mask, no useful information was obtained. It was not until Lin Dong's doppelganger activated the Ice Spirit Divine sword in his hand that Xian Yuanshou seemed to have a slight impression. He felt that he had seen information about this sword somewhere. Perhaps the time was too long ago. It was a bit hard to recall for a while. The three of them confronted each other like this. No one made the first move. The 7-colored glazed sect's Forbidden Land. A special initiation ceremony was taking place here. Moronchinga, who hadn't been seen for a long time, was sitting in the middle of a small pool of water. Her body was naked. The water beneath her was bubbling, with her as the center of the 4 directions. The 4 supreme elders of the 7-colored glazed sect sat cross-legged. All 4 had somewhat pale faces. Morongchinga's silver teeth were clenched tightly and her face showed pain, as if she was suffering great pain. The aura on her body was also very unstable. Chinga, keep your heart, hold on, this is your best chance to shed your bones. If you miss it, you'll never have it again. The longer you hold on, the more you'll get. Xian Ruse said loudly. Your Grandmaster is right, Chinga, you must hold on. As the head of the 7 holy maidens of the 7-colored glazed sect, you're already too far behind. There are a lot of people spying on this position. If you want to shut them up, you have to grasp this opportunity. Gong Ruse also spoke up. Chinga, you've done very well, but it's still far from enough. Do you know how much effort and sacrifice the 4 of us sisters have made for this initiation? I hope you won't let us down. The one who spoke this time was the Yu clan. Chinga, I know it's hard and painful for you, but once you persevere, you'll immediately soar to the heavens and become a human being, reaching heights that no one else could reach even if they worked hard for their entire lives. Don't pass out, or else everything will be wasted, and the master's efforts will have been wasted. Yun Ruse concluded. The 4 sisters had 1 sentence each, and the content was all for Morongchinga to continue to persevere. Chapter 1076, Give Up. Morongchinga was naked, sitting naked in the water pool. The water in the pool was greenish-blue in color, like medicinal water, and it was still bubbling continuously. Every time a bubble burst, a trace of green smoke would enter her body and be absorbed by her. Her silver teeth were clenched tightly, her large beautiful eyes had closed, and her brows were furrowed into a ball. At this moment, she was suffering from immense pain, yet she didn't make a single sound. Her entire body, from top to bottom, from the inside to the outside, it was as if every single cell was being stabbed by needles. It wasn't just on the flesh. It was also as if the soul was being torn into countless pieces. The physical pain alone was not something that an ordinary person could withstand, not to mention the mental one. Under this double extreme torture, if there was a slight slackening of will, the person would completely collapse and pass out. Once fainted, brain cells and many organs will enter a dormant state. In this way, the body's absorption ability will drop off a cliff. When awake can absorb 10%, after passing out, not even 1%. This was the reason why the 4 Gongru sisters told Morongchinga to hold on. In order to cast this forbidden art, they could be said to have given everything they had. Originally, there was no such plan. As a result, the appearance of Lin Dong, a Saint King-level powerhouse, forcibly seizing the Ice Spirit Divine Sword had created a huge threat to the 4 sisters. In the event that another Saint King level came to the 7-colored glazed sect, intruded into the forbidden area, and destroyed the formation, all efforts would come to naught. Casting the forbidden technique was also a last resort, as it would cause permanent damage to their bodies. Morongchinga was in a muddled state. The voices of the 4 master teachers were still ringing in her ears, telling her to persevere. But she, who had never endured such torture before, had long been physically and mentally exhausted from holding on until now, and was eager to sleep. But Morongchinga understood in her heart. She absolutely could not sleep, otherwise her life would change forever. Senior sister Bailey Yanhong was her example. From now on, she will no longer be valued by her master, she will be mercilessly abandoned, and she will be imprisoned in the cold ice cave if she makes the slightest mistake. What kind of place the cold ice cave was, Morongchinga, as the head of the 7 sacred maidens of the 7-colored glazed sect this term, naturally knew about it. In addition to cultivation, she also had a course to learn about the history of the sect. That was the place where one would be punished by being imprisoned for committing a heinous crime like treason against the sect. After Morongchinga entered the Forbidden Land, she didn't have much contact with the outside world, but she did know about her senior sister Bailey Yanhong's deeds. Elder sister grew up in the 7-colored glazed sect, and this was her home. It was impossible to rebel against the sect. The only possibility was that she didn't live up to the expectations of the 3rd senior master and was completely abandoned. Moreover, Morongchinga was also very clear. No one would give selflessly to themselves. The 4 masters definitely had ulterior motives. It was only that the current her was unable to resist. What could be done was to do everything she could to bring out her greatest strengths and make herself more and more valuable. That way, she wouldn't be abandoned. Therefore, after entering the 7-colored glazed sect, Morongchinga was almost entirely devoted to cultivation, unwilling to waste a single moment for fear that she wouldn't be able to live up to the expectations of the 4 masters and be abandoned like her elder sister. Due to the formation isolation in the Forbidden Land, She was not aware of the news that Lin Dong had made a scene in the seven-colored glazed sect and rescued Bailey Yanhong. It was thought that senior sister Bailey Yanhong was still in the cold ice cave undergoing the baptism of the extreme cold chi. By the time she came out again after 100 years, things would have long since changed. With the passage of time, the bubbles in the pool became faster and faster, just like boiling water. Countless amounts of green smoke entered Morong Chinga's body. The pain in her flesh and soul was still increasing. She felt like she couldn't hold on any longer. When the pain reached an extreme, Morong Chinga only had one thought in her mind. That was to die. Die. Die and be done with it. If you die, you'll be relieved. You don't have to think about anything. Don't worry about anything. You're all alone anyway. No one really cares about themselves. This is true on Earth. Coming to the Star Void realm was just as true. Morong Chinga was not stupid. She knew that the eldest brother and third brother who treated her well on Earth were all just trying to get her body. When she left home for 10 years, her family was trying to use her identity as a Kunlun sect member to develop family power. None of them really cared about her as a person. Right now, the four masters were also treating themselves well. But Morong Chinga firmly believed in one thing. There was no such thing as a free lunch, and no pie would fall from the sky. They definitely had some purpose. It was just that one didn't know it. While suffering endless pain, Morong Chinga couldn't help but laugh at herself in her heart. Morong Chinga, ah Morong Chinga. You were once unrivaled and proud like you. I didn't expect to end up in this situation now. In fact, when Gong Ruse found her and said she wanted to perform a forbidden technique to enhance her strength, Morong Chinga knew something was wrong. However, she didn't have any reason to refuse. Of course, with her status, she couldn't refuse either. Even if both parties were master and disciple. It wasn't to the point where the four master teachers were willing to sacrifice themselves to fulfill her. Even if senior sister Bailey Yanhong was raised from a young age by the four master teachers, she could be punished into the cold ice cave because of a small matter. Not to mention herself. How long had she only been in the Star Void realm? Where did such deep feelings come from? Morong Chinga was self-aware. Thinking about the fact that her senior sister Bailey Yanhong and herself were of the same physique. The problem was most likely with the charming body. Senior sister and the girls needed their own physique, but it had to be cultivated to a certain level of strength before they could do so. Supreme level shouldn't work. This was because senior sister Bailey Yanhong was at the late supreme level. Maybe it was a half-step saint realm, or a true saint realm. No matter what, Morong Chinga was ready to give up. She didn't want to become someone else's pawn again. Willpower was gradually weakening. The Gongru sisters noticed Morong Chinga's change at the same time. The four were startled in their hearts. Hurrying out, they told the other party to make sure to hold on. However, the current Morong Chinga had already chosen to shield herself from outside interference. She was recalling her short life. Coming from the Morong family, a powerful family in Kyoto, China. From a young age, with her amazing looks and unique temperament, she had attracted the favor of many of the sons of the families in Kyoto. It also caused the two best geniuses in Kyoto at the time, Zhao Sherdao and Zhuge Sangxiong, to turn against each other. Later on, he was discovered by his master and entered the hidden sect Kunlun to cultivate, and was again favored by Kunlun's eldest and third eldest brothers. It could be said that before meeting Lin Dong, Morong Chinga was a woman who had collected thousands of favorites. That was until she was rejected by Lin Dong in front of all the young generation's Heavenly Pride at the Huaxia Heavenly Pride event. She felt that she had been insulted. Proud as she was, she did not bother to stalk Lin Dong. At that time, Morong Chinga only had one thought. One day she would stand in front of Lin Dong and look down on him, making him regret rejecting her. Chapter 1077, I Am Not Garbage. However, the next big development of things was far beyond Morong Chinga's expectations. Lin Dong was like riding on a rocket as he soared into the sky after the Heaven's Pride event. It did not take long before he became the strongest person on Earth. He even traveled to the Milky Way galaxy to wave around. By the way, he had pocketed the position of the Galactic Lord. Morong Chinga resigned herself to her fate, prepared to guard that pathetic bit of pride and spend the rest of her life. What Morong Chinga didn't expect was, She was discovered by her senior sister, Bailey Yanhong. Then she followed to the Star Void realm. Entering the seven-colored continent, she worshipped the four supreme elders as her teachers. At that time, she was still somewhat spirited, thinking that there was still a chance for her aspirations. As long as she followed the four master elders well and cultivated, sooner or later she would catch up with Lin Dong and could stand squarely in front of him. Ideals were plump and reality was bone dry. Slowly, Morong Chinga realized that something was wrong. It was as she had expected. Master teacher and the girls were selfish. However, other than obeying, she didn't have the slightest power to resist. To be honest, even though Morong Chinga was unwilling to admit it. But in her heart, she was actually envious of Huangfu Shiyu's group of women. That was why on the way to the Star Void realm together, she had treated everyone with a cold eye. Because she couldn't figure it out. Where exactly was she inferior? Lin Dong was able to accept so many women but only rejected himself. Apart from Huangfu Shiyu, Morong Chinga thought to herself that she did not belong to any of the women around Lin Dong. Even if it was Huangfu Siye, she did not necessarily lose either. At most, they would be on par with each other, each having their own strengths. But why did Lin Dong just reject himself? To this day, Morong Chinga was harboring a grudge. She really wanted to question Lin Dong face to face, but she could not afford to lose that person. This question was actually very simple. If Morong Chinga had fought with Huangfu Shiyu and the others, she would have already found the answer from these people. Which of the women around Lin Dong had not stalked him before staying? Which one of them had not been rejected? Even those who stayed were not recognized by Lin Dong. There was only one girlfriend that he recognized, and that was Yun Shi. Even so, everyone did not care as long as they could stay by Lin Dong's side. Lin Dong's soft heart, coupled with Yun Shi's pushing, had created this chaotic situation today. Morong Chinga, on the other hand, had grown up as a woman who had gathered thousands of favorites, creating her proud character. She would never be able to do that and lower her voice to beg a man to accept her. It was even more unlikely that Lin Dong would take the initiative. Just the current situation had already left him burnt out. It was too late for him to refuse. Where would he dare to provoke a woman again? The personalities of the two were destined to be just two parallel lines not far apart, able to see each other but never able to intersect. With the willpower getting weaker and weaker, Morong Chinga's consciousness was already somewhat blurred. The Gongru sisters had already shouted their voices outside. All four of them stared with bloodshot eyes. Watching Morong Chinga gradually unable to withstand it and about to pass out, the four sisters were so angry that their bodies were trembling. This was an opportunity that they had spent countless resources and efforts, and had made great sacrifices to create. How could they not be angry and furious when they were about to give up and destroy it all? External resources are fine, but their own loss, not a moment to make up for it. Missed this opportunity. There would never be a second time. There was even the possibility of injuring Morong Chinga's foundation, so that she would never be able to survive again. It was so hard to make up her mind and cast the forbidden art. But they didn't want it to end up like this. The four sisters couldn't accept this fact no matter what. Morong Chinga was on the verge of fainting in the last split second. It was as if she was hallucinating. She saw Lin Dong. And it was just the two of them. This was the first time Morong Chinga had met Lin Dong alone. Once she had imagined this image in her mind countless times. However, this time, Morong Chinga did not chicken out and did not hesitate. She faced Lin Dong directly and seriously opened her mouth to ask, "Lin Dong, why did you reject me in front of all the Chinese celestial pride at the Heaven's Pride extravaganza?" "The Heaven's Pride extravaganza was initiated by me, Morong Chinga, and since you won first place, you should abide by the rules, so why did you come to the Heaven's Pride extravaganza if you are not willing to marry me? Are you purposely trying to amuse me and make me lose face in front of the world?" "That's right. That's what I think." Lin Dong replied expressionlessly, receiving an affirmative answer from the other party. Morong Chinga's body shook for a while. She struggled to keep herself calm, forcing back the tears that were about to fall from her eyes as she gritted her teeth and asked, "Why? Why? There is no why. Where in the world are there so many whys? The rules are all made by the strong, I am the strong, I can do whatever I want, as I please. It's not the turn of trash like you to be in charge, and you want to ask me why? You are not qualified enough. Lin Dong's tone was filled with sarcasm. In your eyes, it is correct that I am trash, but how many of those women around you are not trash? Where exactly am I, Morong Chinga, inferior to them? You tell me. Ah! Morong Chinga almost roared as she asked. You are far worse than them, no matter which way you compare them. You are not worthy of lifting their shoes. In my Lin Dong's eyes, they are babies. You are just trash, and still trash that no one wants, understand? Lin Dong scoffed. No. I am not trash. I am not garbage. I am not trash. Morong Chinga muttered. Not only are you trash, you're also worthless, unwanted trash. Ha ha ha. Lin Dong's laughter filled with sarcasm rang in Morong Chinga's ears. I am not trash? Then who am I? Who the hell am I? That's right, come to think of it. I am Morong Chinga. Ever since I was a child, I have collected thousands of favorites, and no matter where I go, I am the Morong Chinga who is always in the limelight. Lin Dong. I'm going to prove to you that you're wrong. I, Morong Chinga, am not trash, much less trash that no one wants. Morong Chinga, who was about to faint, suddenly came to her senses. The sharp pain in her flesh and soul came once again. But for her, compared to being despised by Lin Dong and being regarded as trash by Lin Dong, this bit of pain was nothing anymore. Morong Chinga was not willing to give up just like that. Lin Dong had already become a knot in her heart for the rest of her life. No matter what, she would also demand a statement from Lin Dong. Morong Chinga's awakening caused the four Gongru sisters to be overjoyed. Just now, they had been about to give up. They did not expect that a new hope had been ignited. This girl's willpower was unexpectedly so strong. Hardly survived again. It was simply a miracle. The four sisters looked at each other. They were all able to view the ecstasy in each other's eyes. The heavens did not fail the sisters. With this girl's willpower, they could even take a step forward. Chapter 1078 Retreat. The forbidden technique cast by the four Gongru sisters was forcibly raising Morong Chinga's strength. It would be extremely burdensome for both her body and soul. The final effect would also depend on the strength of Morong Chinga's willpower. From the very beginning, the four sisters hadn't wanted to take one step and directly ascend to the Saint Realm. Their goal was only the peak of the supreme level. As for how to break through to the Saint Realm, they would figure it out after they stabilized. For one thing, all four of them felt that Morong Chinga's willpower was not up to that level and could not withstand that long of a period of time. Secondly, the higher Morong Chinga raised her strength, the greater the sacrifice of the four sisters would be. Helping Morong Chinga break through the barrier of the Eternal Realm and reach the Sage Realm, the strength of the four sisters would have to fall by one rank. A fall of one rank at the true saint level would bring them down to the pseudo-saint level. Sacrificing one rank of the four true saint rank powerhouses to raise someone less than the Eternal Realm to the pseudo-saint rank. This kind of huge loss deal. It was completely more than worth the loss. No one would do this. Unless it was the heir of a superpower of that 8th or 9th level civilization, it was only possible to use this kind of forbidden technique. Other powers, who could afford to use it? A true saint level powerhouse was no small player. In any civilization, they were a mainstay-like existence. The Gongru sisters didn't want to use it either. Otherwise they wouldn't have waited until now. They would have used it on Bailey Yanhong. It was so hard to become a true saint level. Who would want to fall down a realm? Nowadays there was really no way out. The great chaos of the Star Void realm was coming. The Ice Spirit Divine Sword had been taken away again by an unfamiliar Saint King level powerhouse. They no longer had time to wait for Morong Chinga to advance step by step. Therefore, they could only take the risk of using forbidden techniques to raise Morong Chinga's strength. It didn't matter if they sacrificed a rank. As long as it was possible to complete the mission. I believed that I would definitely be compensated in the future. Morong Chinga regained consciousness and was more clear-headed. The pain was no longer enough to knock her down. She didn't want to give up like this. No matter what, she had to stand in front of Lin Dong in a bright and honorable manner and demand acclaim for herself. Ever since she was rejected by Lin Dong in front of countless Chinese celestial pride at the Celestial Pride Extravaganza, Lin Dong had become Morong Chinga's obsession and heart demon. Without getting an explanation, she would not be willing to die. After regaining her consciousness, she then began to manipulate her body and frantically absorbed the surrounding energy. The four Gongru sisters were still prepared to continue persuading the other party to hold on. As a result, they saw this situation. There was already no need to say more. They continued to increase the output of the formation. Since Morong Chinga had such willpower, then let's take it one step at a time. As long as the mission could be accomplished, it would be worth paying any price. Central Divine Continent Western Region, Su Family. 2 peak Saint King rankers and 1 late Saint King ranker, 3 of the Star Void Realm's topmost powerhouses were facing off, tugging at the hearts of the entire Star Void Realm. The atmosphere had solidified to the extreme. Anyone's mood was incredibly tense at this moment. The only person who was relaxed was probably Lin Dong. Whether he fought or not, for him, it did not have any effect. If we want to fight, we are not afraid of anyone. It doesn't matter if we don't fight. For a while, Pang Zhong did not have the intention to make a move because he knew that he could not defeat these 2 people joining hands in front of him. Forcing his hand would only be counterproductive and self-defeating. But after preparing for so long, to just retreat like this, Pang Zhong was also upset. If he didn't take down the Su family today, the other forces in the Star Void Realm would still continue to hold a wait-and-see attitude. Then the Star Void Realm wouldn't be in chaos. The Pang clan wouldn't have a chance to unify either. In that case, Pang Zhong's plan of wanting to ignite the divine flame and achieve the undying god would be impossible to realize. And with the passage of time, in the event that 2 more Saint King level powerhouses that were hiding in the shadows came out, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable for him. Shen Yuanshou was the least powerful of the 3, and with his injuries, he naturally didn't want to make a move. If the Su family hadn't found a peak Saint King level who could fight against Pang Zhong today, he wouldn't have appeared. To this day, Shen Yuanshou was having a hard time believing it. The Star Void Realm was actually hiding a Saint King level peak? He actually didn't know about this? As the Sacred Alliance's ally, most of the hidden powerhouses were known to Shen Yuanshou. Yet none of them had reached the peak of the Saint King rank. It seemed that he had still fought too simply. Although the Star Void Realm was only a 7th level civilization, it had experienced countless eras. Hiding some old monsters wasn't too strange. It was just that the peak of the Saint King level would be hidden instead of trying to figure out how to ignite the divine fire. This was what Shen Yuanshou couldn't figure out. Could it be recuperating from an injury? That was the only possibility. Pang Zhong was still thinking. Lin Dong was beginning to get impatient. Are you going to fight or not? You have to say something. What's the point of spending time like this? Hey! Young man, are you going to fight or not? Don't worry about my old bones, I can still hold out for a few more rounds, or else I'll be despised by my good disciple again later, saying that I can't beat you, but I haven't taken it seriously yet. Lin Dong's doppelganger looked at Pang Zhong and said slowly. Old man, can you do it? Lin Dong's main body spoke out again and urged. Adverse disciple, shut up. What kind of cat or dog do you think a peak Saint King level is? Ki, don't you usually brag about yourself quite a bit in front of me? How come you can't now? Could it be that what you said before was all bragging? You rebellious disciple, are really angry with me. Lin Dong's doppelganger finished speaking. The entire person was in a state of furious rage. Boom! The aura climbed all the way up, reaching the extreme in a moment. Surprisingly, it was even stronger than just now. This was no longer a first foray into the peak of the Saint King level, but had reached the extreme of the peak of the Saint King level. When everyone thought that Lin Dong's doppelganger was going to teach his disciple a lesson, instead, he pointed at Pang Zhong with the ice spirit sword and said, "Come. Pang clan brat, let's fight for another 300 rounds, this time I am going to be serious and bring out your true skills." Pang Zhong was originally hesitant in his mind. Now he was being aggressively pointed at by the other party. He was tempted to let go and fight the other party. However, thinking of the Pang family's situation and Shen Yuanshou, who stood silent at the side, he still held back. Knowing that his power was gone, today's matter was no longer possible. Today's matter, I, Pang Zhong, have remembered, let's have a long day. After Pang Zhong finished speaking, he directly turned around and left without looking back. Midway through, he glanced at the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team. The gaze made the hearts of the crowd of law enforcement team members grow a little hairy, not daring to look directly at them. The gaze of a peak Saint King level was not something that anyone could catch. Pang family affiliates, withdraw. Pang Zhong's last words announced the failure of the Pang family's plan this time. To make such a big deal out of it, the Holy League enforcement team and the majority of the Pang family's forces were deployed, only to end up leaving in ashes. He, the new Sacred Alliance Master, would probably become a joke that everyone would secretly talk about. It could be said that Pang Zhong was holding a fire in his heart and had nowhere to vent it. The turning point of the matter was the sudden appearance of the old monster master and disciple. Without them, Xian Yuanshou was not enough to worry about. The Su clan would surely be destroyed. Chapter 1079, A Private Gathering. Watching the Pang family leave in great numbers, the Su family immediately erupted in violent cheers. They were victorious. The Pang family's attack had been blocked. From now on, the Su family would be independent of the Star Void realm. There would no longer be any forces that dared to hit them. Happiness came too suddenly. Most of the Su family members cried tears of joy. The day before they were still in despair, quietly waiting for death to come without doing anything about it. Almost all of the forces in the Star Void realm thought that the Su family's extinction was imminent. Facing the Pang family, other than a few top-tier forces that possessed the Saint King level, there was no force that could resist. Yet only one day had passed. The Su family had completely turned the situation around. It wasn't just the Su family who hadn't expected it. The eyes of the other forces watching from the outside didn't expect it. Originally prepared to watch a big show, it just ended quietly like this. "Seventh Grandpa, did we win? Tell me, I'm not dreaming." Su Shueling asked woodenly. She couldn't believe that everything in front of her was real, fearing that it was just her fantasies that had returned to reality in the blink of an eye. "Yes. Won. We won. The Su family has won. From now on, we will never be curbed by anyone again." Su Jingyuan replied smilingly. Although he was smiling, but this old man's eyes contained tears. How many years had this threat of the Pang family existed? The Su family's repeated concessions had failed to satisfy the Pang family's ambitions. Until today, the threat had finally been completely lifted. Really? Seventh grandfather? You're not lying to me. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Su Shueling was still stupefied. Really? This is all true. Shueling, you deserve the most credit for the Su family being able to get through this danger of extinction. If you didn't know Mr. Lin back then, or didn't get on good terms with him and bring him back, the Su family wouldn't have been able to have what it has today. Su Jingyuan replied excitedly. Hearing these words, Su Shueling's dull eyes finally had a hint of animation. Yes. The Su family was able to survive this calamity. It was all thanks to Mr. Lin. And Mr. Lin was brought back by her. From a certain point of view, it would not be too much to say that she had saved the Su family. Lin Dong's doppelganger watched Pang Zhong leave without any indication and silently put back his peak Saint King level aura. If they fought any longer, Pang Zhong would definitely have to use his undercard and would lose the opportunity to accumulate combat experience. It was again impossible to win without exposing his half-step void god level strength. And right now, Lin Dong was not planning to use his full strength. No matter what, one had to keep one's hand. This was Lin Dong's long-standing habit. Just in case something unexpected happened. Soon, the Pang family's warship disappeared from the eyes of the crowd. However, the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team that followed the Pang family did not leave. They had been personally formed by Xian Yuanshou and developed until now. Coupled with Xian Yuanshou's selfless style, they were deeply popular. Thus, in the hearts of all the members of the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team, Xian Yuanshou was their sacred alliance. The reason why they had followed them was also because they were forced to do so. Xian Yuanshou had not appeared since his defeat, and the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team could not find a backbone. Coupled with Pang Zhong's suppression with powerful force, they could only temporarily obey. Now, That Alliance Master Shen Yuansho had returned. Everyone naturally had to listen to the Alliance Master. The law enforcement team staying still made Shen Yuansho relieved. At least these guys still had a sense of justice present and didn't aid and abet the enemy. After the Pang family left, the three true saint-ranked ancestors of the Su family immediately said respectfully to Lin Dong's doppelganger, "Thanks to Senior's help in pulling the Su family back from the brink of extinction, the entire clan of the Su family is grateful. Thank you, Senior, for your great favor." All the clansmen of the Su family shouted loudly. The sound was deafening. From despair to hope. From hell to heaven. They were simply too excited and happy. "There's no need to thank me. Go thank my rebellious disciple. If it wasn't for his stalking, I wouldn't have come." Lin Dong's doppelganger said calmly. A peak Saint King level should remain as high and mysterious as it should be. All must be thanked. All thanks, Su Kan said hurriedly. He then turned to Lin Dong's main body and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for rescuing me. Thank you for the favor of saving Mr. Lin." The Su family members also loudly followed suit. "No need. No need." Lin Dong waved his hand. At this time, Meng Qing, the leader of the Sacred Alliance's law enforcement team, bowed towards Shen Yuansho and said, "Alliance Master. Ever since you left and Pang Zhong became the Alliance Master, the Sacred Alliance is no longer the same Sacred Alliance as it used to be. Since you were gone, there is no point in taking us back. Please let us follow you. We are willing to follow Allied Lord forever." The other members of the team shouted after them. Shen Yuansho nodded his head. However, it wasn't that he agreed with the law enforcement team following him, but he was satisfied with everyone's attitude. Pang Zhong becoming the Sacred Alliance League leader would inevitably mess up the Star Void realm. In this world where strength was honored. In the past, there was no way around it. But it was different now. An old-timer who could be on par with Pang Zhong's strength had appeared. Shen Yuansho had an idea in his mind. If he convinced this old senior and pushed him to take the position of the Sacred Alliance League leader, the Star Void realm might still be able to stabilize for a while. From the conversation between these two masters and disciples, the old-timer's character shouldn't be that bad. Otherwise, how could he allow his disciple to act recklessly? But there is a problem. Senior was also at the peak of the Saint King level, and similarly needed to ignite the divine flame in order to break through the barrier in front of him. Would he be the same as Pang Zhong? Shen Yuansho was torn in his mind. After thinking for a moment, he finally decided to take a gamble. The old-timer had just come out of the world, and with only 2 masters and disciples, he was thin on the ground and was much better able to cope with the situation than Pang Zhong. Thus, Shen Yuansho turned to Lin Dong's doppelganger, clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Old senior, thanks to your intervention, a great battle in the Star Void realm was spared. The significance of this battle is extraordinary. Once it occurs, it will kick off the prelude to a great turmoil in the entire Star Void realm." Lin Dong did not expect Shen Yuansho to suddenly greet him. Facing this old man who was full of righteousness and respected by countless people. He also did not have the intention of putting up a fight and politely replied, "There is no need to be polite, Alliance Master Shen Yuan. I'm also just being entrusted with a loyal service. No matter what. Senior has done a good thing for the Star Void realm. Shen Yuansho still has an unkind request and would like to invite Senior to a private gathering." Shen Yuansho invited. Lin Dong did not know what this old man was looking for him for, and it was not easy to refuse in the current situation, so he agreed, "Please, Alliance Master Shen Yuan. Seniors, please. 2 seniors, please come down to the Su family for a gathering. I will immediately prepare a room for the 2 of you." Su Kan immediately took over. "Then I'll be disturbed." Shen Yuansho didn't refuse either. Underneath his feet was the Su family. Going to the Su family was clearly the best choice. "Alliance Master Shen Yuan is too polite. It is my Su family's honor to serve the 2 seniors," Su Kan said excitedly. These 2 were the top 3 powerhouses in the Star Void realm today. For them to patronize the Su family was definitely the greatest honor the Su family had ever had.